Chapter 4:31. A pitch-black formation suddenly emerged from the ground, and a towering black beam of light gushed out, pierced through the ground, and bombarded the sky-cloud shrine. Boom, boom, boom. When this terrifying black beam of light bombarded the heavenly cloud shrine, the huge heavenly cloud shrine was like a live target that was easily hit. The entire heavenly cloud shrine shook violently as if it was about to fall from the sky at any time. However, it only shook constantly and could still continue to fly forward. However, when it flew out of this great array's attack, another great array gushed out from the ground and continued to fiercely attack the heavenly cloud shrine. Such a big shrine, but you still dare to fly here. You are simply courting death. I guarantee that you will not be able to fly half the distance before you are shot down. National Master sneered, "You can control the spirit swords to attack, but I can control all the great arrays here. Let's see how you can get close." National Master continued to control the great array to attack fiercely. As long as the heavenly cloud shrine flew out of the great array, the next great array would immediately start. It was as if this area had been filled with formations, sealing off all the paths. As long as they continued to fly forward, they would definitely be attacked by so many great arrays. No wonder they could not get close to the Netherworld Imperial capital and died on the way. This was similar to the Spirit Sword Great Array's attack, which was numerous and could be attacked from a distance. This National Master really has some skills. No wonder he escaped to control the Great Array here, right? Yi Tianyun looked at National Master in the distance and revealed a trace of a sneer, still calm and unruffled. "Spirit King, although the power of these attacks is not very strong, if I continue to be attacked, I can't imagine that my defense will be broken halfway, and I will fall down." The Spirit Race Old Ancestor looked solemn. The outer shield could withstand many attacks, but it also consumed a lot of energy. According to the current situation, it would not last for too long. It was not that the Jade Spirit Stones were insufficient, but the Great Array had been destroyed, and it was very difficult to repair. It could not be easily repaired in a short time. The speed of destruction was far faster than the speed of repair. Everyone looked at Yi Tianyun with a solemn expression, wondering if Yi Tianyun had any ideas. If he couldn't come up with a solution, they could only return to the heavenly cloud shrine and wait outside the Grand Array to find a solution. Don't worry, I've already predicted this. Otherwise, the Imperial Tutor wouldn't have chosen to escape in such a humiliating situation. Yi Tianyun sneered. He raised his hand and threw it into the air. A huge stone tablet fell down from the sky and heavily pressed on the ground. After this huge stone tablet was pressed down, it created a huge pit in the ground with a dong sound. Following that, rings of light were released, suppressing a large area of the Great Formation. It was no longer able to spew out the black pillars of light, as if it had lost its effect. Tyrant's stone tablet. When everyone saw this stone stele, the spirit race immediately knew what it was. Their eyes lit up. This Overlord stone stele could really deal with great formations. The Overlord stone stele could nullify Grandmaster Divine Runes. These great formations were not Grandmaster Divine Runes, so it could suppress and nullify them. The Imperial Tutor was a Grandmaster Divine Rune Grandmaster, but it didn't mean that he could carve Grandmaster Divine Runes on all great formations. Moreover, Grandmaster Divine Runes were not bad, but they were easily nullified by the Overlord Stone Stele. I almost forgot that the Spirit King can control the Overlord Stone Stele. No wonder he was so calm. The Spirit Race's old ancestor laughed. This meant that they could fly all the way to the Netherworld Imperial capital without suffering from this crazy attack. As I said, they are prepared, but I also came prepared. Yi Tianyun said in a deep voice, "I have to be responsible for all of you. It's not my style to let you die so casually. I want to win, not lose. Even if I can't win, at least I can retreat unscathed. Everyone was excited. Sure enough, this was their king. What's going on? Someone can control the Overlord Stone Steel. When the Imperial Tutor saw the Overlord Stone Steel, his face became very ugly. He had attacked the spirit race for the Overlord Stone Steel and other resources. After searching for a long time, he still couldn't find the Overlord Stone Steel. He didn't expect that someone had already taken it and used it in front of him, suppressing his great formation. As a result, the Heavenly Cloud Shrine had entered a place where no one could stop them. Compared to the time when he had to sway his way in, it was much better. Imperial Tutor, what should we do? Should we send archers to shoot them down? The Imperial Protector General next to him said, "Do you think we can win if we get close to them?" The Imperial Tutor said in a deep voice. The Imperial Protector General was startled. He thought of the tens of thousands of spiritual swords. If he sent people to attack them, they would definitely die. But if we don't do this, do we just watch them approach? The Imperial Protector General said in a deep voice, "Of course not. The Overlord Stone Steel has a special effect. It only works on Master-level divine runes. It has no effect on Grandmaster-level divine runes. The real show is coming. Let them be proud of themselves for a while." The Imperial Tutor sneered. "Our Netherworld Empire's foundation is not limited to this." The Heavenly Cloud Temple quickly flew forward, and Eteonion continued to control the Overlord Stone Tablet to suppress the divine runes along the way, making them unimpeded. When they were halfway through the Heavenly Cloud Shrine, the Imperial Tutor smiled sinisterly. It seemed like he already knew that they were going to die. But at this time, the Heavenly Cloud Shrine slowly landed in the middle of the Heavenly Cloud Shrine. The smile on the Imperial Tutor's face froze. He didn't know what Eteonion wanted to do. Eteonion raised his hand, and tens of thousands of spiritual swords flew forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The swords pierced through the Heavenly Cloud Shrine like tens of thousands of sharp arrows. Their target was all the soldiers on the city wall. Since they were very close to the Heavenly Cloud Shrine, they were all within the attack range. Not good. The wand in the Imperial Preceptor's hand emitted a black light. With a sudden pressure, a large area of the array was instantly activated. A black aura rushed out from the array like a giant dragon. It whizzed out and used its huge black physique to block the attack of the spiritual sword. With a fierce fling, a large number of spirit swords were shattered into pieces. It was not difficult at all. The black smoke was too strong. From afar, it looked like a netherworld dragon was flying in the air and blocking the Imperial Tutor's attack. Immediately, Eteonion recalled all the spiritual swords. He only killed a few soldiers. Most of them were blocked by the netherworld dragon. Chapter 432. The Netherworld Empire had a very famous formation, the Dark Dragon Formation. Many people had only heard of it, but they had never seen it. The Dark Dragon Formation was very powerful. It belonged to the Grandmaster level formation, and it was almost impossible to break it. If anyone had seen it, they would not be able to survive. Dark Dragon Formation. Grandmaster level formation, it can draw out the power of the Dark Dragon from the ground and turn it into a shadow of the Dark Dragon to attack. It can also spit out netherworld fire to destroy everything. Cultivation level. Second level of Void Spirit stage. Combat power. 37 million. Weakness. Destroy the formation or use the Yang fire to kill the Dark Dragon. The Dark Dragon, summoned by the Dark Dragon Formation, was even stronger than the one summoned by Eteonion. It didn't mean that the Heavenly Dragon Secret Treasure was weak, but Eteonion still couldn't exert his full strength. The Heavenly Dragon secret treasure could protect the Heavenly Dragon Empire, but the Dark Dragon formation couldn't form a shield to protect the Netherworld Imperial capital. This is the Dark Dragon formation. As long as we don't destroy it, it won't die. The Spirit Race Patriarch's expression was solemn. This was not something that could be easily dealt with. Sure enough, in his territory, he has the complete advantage. Compared to the Heavenly Dragon secret treasure, he is not inferior. Renlong said solemnly. He already knew that the Imperial Master was very powerful, but now he saw it for himself. Just like the rumors said, the Imperial Master was the real Imperial Master in his own territory. In the outside world, he could only be regarded as an expert with good cultivation, but not the Imperial Master. In the Netherworld Imperial capital, the Imperial Master could be regarded as the real Imperial Master. Everyone's face was solemn, but they had already thought of many solutions. Spirit King, let me break this formation. As long as this formation is broken, the Dark Dragon will be suppressed by me. If we don't break this formation, the Dark Dragon will continue to attack crazily, which will cause great harm to us. Spirit Race Old Ancestor said. This was similar to summoning the Heavenly Dragon. As long as the Heavenly Dragon was not restrained, it would continue to attack crazily. Although its cultivation was not high, it would not die, and it could cause great harm to the surroundings. There's no need. It's just a small worm. It's nothing to me. Tianyun smiled faintly and said, the speed of breaking the formation is too slow. Once we crush this little worm to death, there won't be any problems. Everyone was stunned. Could it be that Tianyun wanted to become that evil dragon? Tianyun had yet to move, but the Abyss Dragon was already charging towards them. The huge body of the dragon caused everyone's expression to darken. While they were discussing the plan, the Imperial Preceptor had already ordered the Abyss Dragon to attack. He would not wait until their plan was completed before ordering the Abyss Dragon to attack. I'll let you have a taste of the pain you felt when the Heavenly Dragon coiled around you. No matter how you kill it, you can't kill it. The Grand Tutor's eyes were cold. Previously, he had been troubled by Sky Dragon. Now, he could finally let the other party have a good taste of it. As long as the Nether Dragon Great Array was activated, it would be able to move within a large area. Thus, it would be able to attack from a distance. Everyone was ready to resist the Abyss Dragon. They all took out their own weapons and were ready to attack fiercely. Tianyun stretched out his hand to stop them and said indifferently, "Just leave it to me." After saying that, he took a step forward and suddenly raised his hand. With a shiong sound, a flame burned crazily. It was not big, just a small flame, roughly the size of a fist. It looked really inconspicuous, and one could only vaguely feel the heat of the flame. Seeing that the Abyss Dragon was about to attack, Tianyun was still very calm. There was a flame in his hand. When the Abyss Dragon opened its mouth to bite, Tianyun gently threw the flame in his hand forward, and it fell into the huge mouth of the Abyss Dragon. When this scene fell into everyone's eyes, many of the enemies laughed. A small flame dares to compete with the flame of the Netherworld. It's completely seeking death. The Abyss Dragon swallowed them all and killed all these invaders. A group of idiots. This time, they will die. The Netherworld Imperial capital will never be conquered. They were very confident in the Abyss Dragon. In their opinion, the Abyss Dragon was invincible and absolutely immortal. Therefore, throwing this small flame really had no effect. It would only add a few more flames to the Abyss Dragon. The Imperial Master showed a trace of a sneer. Flame against flame. I have seen idiots, but I have never seen such an idiot. They had already seen the Abyss Dragon swallow the flame and continue to open its mouth to bite Tianyun, who was standing in the front. The old ancestor of the spirit race behind him changed his expression and quickly rushed to help resist. in addition to the spirit race old ancestor. Run Long and the others didn't hesitate to rush forward to help Yi Tianyun. Even if they knew that Yi Tianyun's cultivation was higher than Yi Tianyun, they still rushed forward to help Yi Tianyun. Xiong. The moment the abyss dragon bit down, it suddenly burst into flames. The whole huge abyss dragon began to burn crazily from the head down. Soon, the whole abyss dragon was completely burned and completely turned into a large ball of flame. After a while, the abyss dragon was burned to ashes. Even if it was just the energy, it could be burned away. What was left was a large ball of inextinguishable flame, falling from the sky like a group of fireballs, smashing down in all directions, burning the ground. In the blink of an eye, the place became a sea of fire, burning the ground. Many large arrays began to crack under the inextinguishable flame, as if they were about to collapse. I said that I don't need help. Leave this place to me. A mere insect. How dare you be arrogant in front of me? Yi Tianyun smiled indifferently and walked forward into the large array area. This scene caused everyone to be dumbfounded. A small ball of flame was able to burn such a huge abyss dragon. It was simply unbelievable. This small flame should have been swallowed up. Instead, the whole abyss dragon was burned. How is this possible? How can my flame of the netherworld not deal with that small flame? The Imperial Master was shocked. He felt that the small flame was very weak, but he did not expect it to be so domineering. The inextinguishable flame was a fire of extreme hardness. Although the flame of the netherworld was more feminine, it was still far from being the softest fire. Under the restraint of this fire of extreme hardness, it was instantly killed. Yi Tianyun did not bother to answer him. His eyes flashed, and a blue light flashed in his eyes. He instantly opened his third eye. What appeared in front of him was the large master level large array. Perhaps it would be difficult for him to repair it or engrave it, but destroying it was much easier than engraving it. Chapter 433. Although the dark dragon was easily burned, the dark dragon formation was not limited to this. It was much more flexible than the secret treasure of the heavenly dragon, but it lacked in power. At present, it was already the limit, and the consumption was astonishing. It could only control one dark dragon at most, and no more. As long as the secret treasure of the heavenly dragon recognized its master, it could control the secret treasure of the heavenly dragon. As its cultivation increased, it could control stronger sky dragons. In terms of level, the secret treasure of the heavenly dragon was definitely much stronger. However, it was too difficult to control it. If it could not recognize its master, it would have no effect at all. After the dark dragon was killed, the dark dragon formation would be damaged, which was the simplest and most brutal way to break the formation. Once it was completely killed, the dark dragon formation would be damaged to a certain extent, so it still had a big weakness. Damn, what kind of flame is this again? The Imperial Master roared. This was the dark dragon formation that he was most proud of. Although it was not as good as the secret treasure of the heavenly dragon, it was quite close. He was very unwilling to be killed so easily. Soon, he controlled the dark dragon formation again and quickly condensed a dark dragon, which rushed over here crazily, but its momentum seemed to be a little weaker than before. After it was completely killed, its power was suddenly greatly reduced. At this time, Yi Tianyun began to explore the formation cores of the dark dragon formation with his heavenly eye. He wanted to know where the formation cores were. As long as they were destroyed quickly, this terrifying dark dragon formation would still be very fragile. One of the formation cores is 10 feet away from your left. At this time, Yi Qingxuan's voice sounded in his ears. Without looking, Yi Tianyun knew that Yi Qingxian was also using her heavenly eye to help him find the formation cores. If they wanted to attack together, they had to break the formation, so it was impossible to do it quickly with his strength alone. The old ancestor of the spirit tribe entered the formation and began to look for a way to break it. Although the old ancestor's strength had not recovered to its peak, it was not a problem for him to find a flaw in the formation core. After all, he was also a divine rune grandmaster, and he was not a decoration. Okay. Tianyan calmed down. Things were different with help, and the speed of his search increased by a lot. After finding it, he raised a ball of immortal flame in his hand and quickly threw it towards the eye of the needle. With a bang sound, the eye of the array was instantly burned to ashes. Then, with a loud bang, the formation was completely gone. This meant that the Abyss Dragon's power had dropped by a great deal. Sure enough, the Dark Dragon's cultivation dropped to the first level of Void Spirit stage, and its battle prowess dropped significantly. This was one of the disadvantages of the formation. If the formation was damaged, the effect would be greatly reduced. The Heavenly Dragon Secret Treasure would not have such a situation unless the Heavenly Dragon Secret Treasure was damaged. But how could a divine artifact be so easily destroyed? They couldn't even take it away, let alone destroy it. Scram, little worm! Tianyun threw out a ball of fire, and with a boom, the Abyss Dragon was burnt to ashes once again. The death of the Abyss Dragon damaged the Abyss Dragon Great Formation in the entire region. Cracks appeared on it, and its power decreased once more. The National Preceptor's face became more and more ugly. As long as one was not blind, he knew that he had no advantage at all. The terrifying Dark Dragon Great Array was easily suppressed by Tianyun and the Spirit Race without killing a single Spirit Race member. This was definitely a record in the history of the Dark Dragon Great Array. Once the Abyss Dragon came out, corpses would be everywhere. But now it was constantly being burned to ashes, and the formation was gradually being damaged. National Preceptor, what should we do now? If this continues, our Abyss Dragon Great Formation will be completely destroyed. The National Protector's face was gloomy. They had made a promise to the Netherworld Emperor that if they couldn't stop the enemy's attack, they would rather commit suicide than escape. It seems that we have to do it ourselves. The National Preceptor's eyes flickered with golden light, and the divine runes on his body released bursts of light, followed by a pung-pung-pung sound. The National Preceptor's aura became more and more powerful as the divine runes exploded. This was the same effect as the divine runes of the ancestors in the Divine Rune Mansion. They all had piles of divine runes carved on their bodies, and after exploding, they would release the greatest effect, increasing their strength to an astonishing degree. This meant that the National Preceptor was really going all out. He wanted to use his strongest power to deal with Tianyun. If he didn't do this, even if he managed to escape, he would still die. The Netherworld Emperor would not leave behind trash. Then, the National Preceptor took out a blood pill. When the National Protector saw this, he said in shock, "National Preceptor, you used the blood-stimulating pill. This, even if you win, your cultivation will fall by a lot." The effect of the blood-stimulating pill was simple and violent. It completely stimulated the power of one's blood essence, and the effect was that one's cultivation would fall by a lot, and it would take a long time to recover. This was a forbidden pill, and it would take a long time to recover. The National Preceptor didn't answer. He stuffed it into his mouth and swallowed it, and then squeezed out a sentence, "If I don't eat it, I will die if I lose. I can make up for the decline in my cultivation, but what if I die?" As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly stomped on the ground, and with a bang, a hole appeared in the sturdy city wall. He rushed over with the magic wand in his hand. The nether dragon under the ground rushed up in an instant and drilled into his body. The next moment, he turned into a nether dragon and fiercely pressed down on Tianyun. The sky instantly became incomparably dark, and the surroundings were densely covered with dark clouds. The oppressive and terrifying power constantly attacked. Compared to the previous attack of the nether dragon, it was much stronger. Under the layers of stacking, the National Preceptor's battle power had reached the level of 98 million. Combining all of his strength, the National Preceptor's strength had reached a level that defied the natural order, far exceeding the limit of his usual strength. Sure enough, under the layers of eruption, his strength was far beyond his usual strength, the old ancestor of the spirit race, and the others felt so powerless. They felt that if they were pressed down by the nether dragon, they would definitely die. However, Tianyun smiled. Even if you fuse with this nether dragon, you will still be a small worm. He laughed, and with a light step, he rushed up. His eyes burst out a bright light, and he suddenly aimed at the nether dragon and punched it across the air. Dragon God Fist. Boom. A huge fist light spurted out and turned into a huge fist. In an instant, the fist light enveloped the nether dragon, and as soon as it touched it, the nether dragon completely dissipated. Then, the National Preceptor was smashed down from the sky like a meteorite and heavily hit the ground. With a bang, a huge fist print appeared on the ground. Instant kill. Chapter 434. The Imperial Preceptor was smashed into the ground by Tianyun's fist, and when the explosion dissipated, a huge fist mark appeared in front of him. The Imperial Preceptor was lying in the fist mark, motionless. It should be said that he couldn't move at all. Under this heavy punch, the Imperial Preceptor was on the verge of death. All the bones in his body were broken, and his body was flattened. If it wasn't for his body being slightly harder, he would have been smashed into meat paste by this punch. 176 million combat power. If not me, who else can beat him? With his strength at the first level of Void Spirit stage, he directly detonated the 16 times crazy damage mode, reaching a combat power of 176 million. He didn't even use his full strength, but he had already reached such a shocking value. If he used his full strength, who knows what kind of power he would have. Under such a violent power, the Imperial Preceptor was seriously injured and was on the verge of death. The Imperial Preceptor couldn't speak clearly. He could only spit out some words and vaguely heard some words. Everyone was stunned. Such a domineering Imperial Preceptor was defeated by a single punch. It seems that he won't live for long. No matter how long he can live, at least he has lost the ability to resist. And without any resistance, killing him will be a piece of cake. Imperial Preceptor. The Imperial Protector was completely dumbfounded, and so were the surrounding generals. Such an overbearing Imperial Preceptor was defeated with a single punch, which meant that the cultivation of this young man in front of them was heaven-defying. He was definitely stronger than the Imperial Preceptor by several levels, reaching an astonishing standard. Is he at the peak of Void Spirit stage, or even Spirit King stage? This is really unbelievable. Rinlong and the others couldn't believe it. They have seen Tianyun's strength with their own eyes. Before, he had to transform into an evil dragon to deal with the Imperial Preceptor, and at most he could only fight to a draw. At that time, the Imperial Preceptor didn't use his full strength, but now that he used his full strength, he was instantly killed. In such a short period of time, can he suddenly become so powerful? Damn! How did Brother cultivate? How did he become so powerful? Before, he was able to fight to a draw, but now he can kill him in a split second. How did he cultivate? No, wait until this is over. I must ask him for advice, even if I have to be thick-skinned to ask him. Rinlong was really envious of this power. Who wouldn't want to have this kind of power that could crush his opponent with a single punch? When Shueyun and the others saw this scene. They realized that they didn't even need to do anything. Tianyan alone was enough to crush everything. Tianyan descended from the sky and stood beside Imperial Preceptor, staring at him coldly. Unfortunately, you've lost. In the next moment, a long sword appeared in Tianyan's hand, and he stabbed it into the Imperial advisor's chest. With a poochie sound, the sword easily entered his body and ended his life. He didn't waste his breath on him and just wanted to kill him. Crazy mode consumes a lot of crazy point, so Tianyan didn't hesitate to kill it. Ding! Successfully killed the Imperial Preceptor. Reward: 132 million EXP, 60,000. 000 crazy point, 10,000. 000 SPS, 10,000. 000 divine rune proficiency. Reward: Netherworld Divine Palm, Netherworld Divine Secret Art, Divine Rune Golden Body Secret Art. Reward: Dragon Subduing Flag, Netherworld Dragon Array, Netherworld Magic Wand, High-Grade Sacred Tool, Netherworld Divine Armor, High-Grade Sacred Tool, Netherworld Boots, High-Grade Sacred Tool, Netherworld Soul, Rare, Netherworld Bone, Rare. A total of 132 million EXP directly exploded. But it's not surprising to reach this level because the stacking of EXP is as high as 116 times. 50x EXP card, 30x EXP card, 20x EXP card, plus 16x crazy mode is enough to make the experience explode. Tianyan didn't buy 10x and 5x EXP card. Although stacking EXP is great, the price is too expensive. It's not worth it. This is the result of buying too much before, causing a sharp increase in crazy point. It's not worth it to buy later. Unless he's rich, he doesn't have much crazy point right now, so he needs to save as much as possible. Plus, he still needs to buy a lot of EXP cards, so he can't buy more. He must use all the EXP cards he has to enter the Netherworld Imperial Capital. He must not waste this opportunity. Not bad. Tianyan's eyes lit up. Seeing his EXP quickly filling up, he was excited. This kind of huge increase in EXP, no one will feel bored. After the Imperial Preceptor was killed, the Dark Dragon Great Array immediately lost its effect. Except for the Imperial Preceptor, no one can control the Dark Dragon Great Array. So the Dark Dragon Great Array is basically useless. The Imperial Preceptor is dead. The Imperial Preceptor is dead. The people on Tianyan's side cheered. The second strongest Imperial Preceptor is dead, so they can attack the Netherworld Imperial Capital. The Imperial Protector General, who was guarding inside, was shocked and said, "Hurry up and inform the Netherworld Great Emperor that the Imperial Preceptor is dead. The Dark Dragon Great Array has lost its effect. Let the Netherworld Great Emperor come to support us, or we won't be able to hold it. The Imperial Preceptor is dead. It's impossible for them to resist the enemy's invasion, so they can only ask for help from the Netherworld Great Emperor. If the Netherworld Great Emperor can't kill them, then the Netherworld Empire is really finished." After receiving the order, the guard immediately flew to find the Netherworld Great Emperor and asked for support. The death of the Imperial Preceptor was too big a blow to them, and the morale of the army was completely in chaos. "Let's go kill the Netherworld Imperial Capital," Tianyan shouted, and his voice spread throughout the area. Everyone who stayed in the Heavenly Clouds mansion rushed out of the palace and rushed to the Netherworld Imperial Capital. They finally got this moment. Those who should take revenge, those who should make meritorious deeds, they should make meritorious deeds, and they should completely destroy the Netherworld Imperial Capital. While flying forward, Tianyan quickly pinched a hand seal, and suddenly the entire Dark Dragon Great Array lit up, and a huge Dark Dragon flew out. Because the Dark Dragon Great Array was weakened a lot, its cultivation was only at the 8th or ninth level of core transformation stage, so it looked a lot smaller. The sudden change made the Imperial Protector General ecstatic, thinking that someone could control the Dark Dragon Great Array to continue fighting the enemy. Although they didn't know who it was, they could resist for a while. The Heavenly Clouds Mansion's people were scared off, thinking that the Netherworld Imperial capital would send reinforcements. Who knew that before the people in the Nether Emperor's capital cheered, the Nether Dragon whizzed toward the Nether Emperor's capital, opened its mouth, and spewed out a stream of nether fire, attacking the generals on the city wall. For a time, screams could be heard. Many people fled, and the soldiers were instantly burned to ashes. Instantly, everyone was stunned. Why would the Abyss Dragon attack them? Chapter 435. Ding! Successfully killed the Netherworld General. Reward: 3 million EXP, 18,000 CPS, 1,500 SPs. Obtained Exploding Flame Fist, Cloud Power Sword Art, Heavenly Jump. Reward: 10. 000 EXP Pill, Heavenly Falls Sword, High-Grade Soul Tool, Heavenly Silkworm Armor. Ding! Successfully killed the Netherworld General. Reward: 5. 1 million EXP, 16,000 CPS, 1,300 SPs. Obtain Martial Art. Ding! The Netherworld Dragon that was controlled by Eteonion rushed forward. It was supposed to be the Imperial Guardian Array, but now it has become Eteonion's killing move. Not only that, but Eteonion also summoned a giant dragon and an earth dragon, and both of them rushed forward crazily, killing all the guards on the wall one after another. Both of them are about to break through to Void Spirit Stage. As long as there is no Void Spirit Stage cultivator to intercept them, they are invincible. Both sides were dumbfounded. After a while, Rinlong laughed. I didn't expect to be attacked by my own Netherworld Dragon Array. This is ridiculous. Rinlong and the others didn't just stand by and watch. When they saw that the Netherworld Dragon didn't attack them, they immediately rushed forward and quickly killed their way into the Netherworld Imperial capital. The enemy couldn't break into the Imperial capital, but now they have broken the impression that the Netherworld Imperial capital is unbreakable. For a time, everyone rushed in. Shuiyun and the others who have high cultivation level can resist the attacks. The disciples behind them will deal with the weaker ones, but Eteonion alone is enough to deal with a lot of people. The periphery of the Netherworld Imperial capital quickly fell as if it has turned into a hell. But no one will be lenient. The Netherworld Empire's fierceness has long been known, especially the cultivators living in the Netherworld Imperial capital. Each of them is extremely arrogant and ruthless. They have a high status here, and their hands are stained with the blood of many innocent people. It can be said that they are extremely overbearing. If they don't have a certain status, it is impossible for them to live here. The Netherworld Imperial capital is not a place where anyone can come and go at will, let alone the market outside. If you don't have a certain amount of military merit, you can't live here. It meant that those who stayed here were all ruthless people, the lackeys of the Netherworld Imperial capital. Getting rid of them would be the best way to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. All of them acted decisively, killing those who deserved to be killed. Those who were heavily injured would be killed by those behind them, finishing them off. Su Fei led a group of cultivators and quickly killed their way into the city. After attacking the city gate, they immediately carried out a cleanup operation. The disciples he led were like ferocious tigers, fiercely charging into the enemy's midst, and began a frenzied slaughter. Su Fei's kills would also give Eteonion a lot of experience. Apart from the items that he couldn't give, he wouldn't be lacking anything else. He could also enjoy the effects of the experience card, and the explosive experience points kept coming. Don't go this way. Evacuate this way, Su Fei shouted, and quickly led the cultivators to retreat to the side. Not long after they left, a group of reinforcements came charging at them. Their cultivations were much higher than theirs. However, by the time they arrived, Su Fei had already led his men to avoid this crisis and did not fall into a bitter battle. This group of relatively strong reinforcements was immediately cleaned up by Yi Tianyun and turned into a lot of experience points. Su Fei's ability to sense danger was very strong. After perceiving the danger, he immediately fled. It was as if he could sense the enemy's intention and had already evacuated before they launched a sneak attack. Similarly, the female disciples led by Yi Qingxian and Shi Shuiyun were also ruthless. They didn't look like delicate women at all. Every time they attacked, they would stab at the fatal spot. Obviously, they were well trained. Those with low cultivation bases certainly couldn't participate in this battle and could only choose to stay in the heavenly cloud shrine. Every one of them with good cultivation bases was a leader leading the elite disciples to kill their way up. This was the principle of training soldiers for 1,000 days and using them in a single moment. Each of them fought bravely, advancing all the way to the front and killing the Netherworld Imperial Capital's cultivators. They wanted to tell Yi Tianyun that although their strength was far inferior to Yi Tianyun's, they also wanted to serve Yi Tianyun. They were all grateful. Yi Tianyun had always done so much for the sect, so they naturally wanted to repay Yi Tianyun. Among them, there was a team that was the most courageous, and that was the team led by Shi Shuiyun. Along the way, Shi Shuiyun is like a sharp sword, stabbing inside. The thin sword in Shi Shuiyun's hand is turned into a sword light, easily slashing around. Her white dress flutters gently in the air, looking so beautiful. But when this figure gently fell, it was the end of her life. After these days of cultivation, Shi Shuiyun's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. She had reached the peak of Spirit Core stage and was about to break through to Core transformation stage. Although she was not as good as Yi Tianyun, it was already very heaven-defying. In the entire heavenly cloud mansion, Shi Shuiyun's cultivation was the fastest. She was also very young, much younger than most of the people. If she was given more time, she would have no problem breaking through to Core transformation stage. Let alone Shi Shuiyun. No one present could compare with Yi Tianyun. He could level up as long as he gained experience, so there was no point in comparing with him. And when Yi Tianyun saw Shi Shuiyun working so hard, his heart slightly tightened. He was worried that something bad would happen to Shi Shuiyun, but it was all just him thinking too much. Shi Shuiyun's movement technique and swordsmanship were amazing. As long as she was at the same level, no one could resist her attack. The Core transformation stage experts were left to Renlong and the others. So within the Spirit Core stage, Shi Shuiyun was invincible. With the crazy killing, they quickly pushed to the front of the Imperial Palace. Their real destination was inside the Imperial Palace, not outside. The Netherworld Great Emperor stayed in the Imperial Palace for so long, but he didn't come out, which made Yi Tianyun feel very strange. He didn't believe that the guards didn't report the situation outside. Even if they didn't, how could the Netherworld Great Emperor not know about the situation outside? Unless the Netherworld Great Emperor was in seclusion, he would definitely know about the situation outside. It was just that after such a long time, no one came out, which was very strange. Could it be that the Netherworld Great Emperor was plotting something inside? Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed, and he waved his hand to signal the people behind him not to follow him. Just when he was about to fly into the Imperial Palace, a majestic voice came from the sky. "Don't you dare break into the Imperial Palace." A huge palm pressed down from the clouds in the sky, like a huge black cloud blocking the sky. Compared to Prime Minister Long and the Imperial Preceptor, This palm was several times stronger, maybe even more than 10 times stronger. Chapter 436. The huge netherworld divine palm was extremely shocking. The huge palm descending from the sky seemed to be the complete version of the real netherworld divine palm, displaying its power to the extreme. There were fine lines on the huge palm. It really looked like a huge giant's palm pressing down from the sky. It was accompanied by a terrifying pressure. When it pressed down from the sky, it gave them a great sense of oppression, and even more so, they felt that death was approaching. They were clearly standing in the distance, and it seemed that they had already left the attack range, but they still felt such a sense of fear. They couldn't help but retreat a large distance, barely feeling that the sense of crisis had disappeared a lot, but they could still feel a terrifying power, which made their hearts tremble. Only Tianyun didn't move. He just looked at the huge palm pressing down, as if he was scared silly by the netherworld divine palm. The netherworld divine palm, used by the netherworld great emperor, is not bad. 90 million battle power. It's really overbearing. I don't know how much power the netherworld great emperor used in this palm. This palm was as high as 90 million battle power, containing a very strong lethality. No wonder the surrounding practitioners could smell the breath of death. This power could definitely kill them with one slap. The terrifying power was far from what they could bear. Just this palm alone was at least at the peak of the void spirit stage. It was not surprising that the netherworld great emperor could have such power. Soon after, he flipped his hand and punched out. A terrifying fist rushed upwards. This punch was the same as the one that killed the imperial preceptor. It easily broke through the huge palm. The huge netherworld divine palm was destroyed just like that. At the same time, the huge fist fell towards the palace in front, and when it was about to hit the palace, an angry roar burst out. "Get out of my way!" After the roar, a terrifying netherworld power soared into the sky and dispersed the rest of the attack. When the netherworld power soared into the sky, it turned into a flame that enveloped the center of the imperial city. It was this terrifying flame that offset the rest of Tianyun's attack. In fact, after destroying the netherworld divine palm, only 60 to 70 million battle power was left, so it was not surprising that the opponent could easily resist it. Netherworld flame, cold flame, middle grade earth grade flame. After being burned, the cold flame will invade the body and freeze the internal organs. This was the netherworld flame. Its grade was not low either, reaching the middle grade earth grade, the same level as the inextinguishable flame. It was just that the immortal flame was clearly of a higher grade than the netherworld flame, because the immortal flame was an extremely hard flame and belonged to the category that restrained the netherworld flame. The grade was the same, but the rarity of the flames was different. It was the same for cultivators. Cultivation was the same, but it also depended on age and talent. Both of them were at the first level of core transformation stage, but one was only 16 years old, while the other was 40 years old. It was obvious that the 16 years old was extremely talented, and the speed of growth was completely different. The netherworld fire? It seems like the netherworld great emperor is unwilling to come out of this palace. Tianyun squinted as he looked at the flame. Just by continuing to burn, its power was already as high as 100 million battle power. If he didn't have crazy mode, he really wouldn't be able to make up for this gap. His opponent's cultivation was too high, and the higher the level, each level was a qualitative leap. Tianyun felt this point. It can be said that when one's cultivation increased by one level, his combat power would increase by millions, and in the later stage, his combat power would increase by tens of millions. This was the gap between the two levels. Originally, the later stages of cultivation were very difficult. If one's combat power only increased a little bit after breaking through, then one would lose the motivation to break through. The terrifying power was shocking, but what was even more terrifying was Yi Tianyun's power. He didn't stop and directly flew to the palace. He wasn't afraid of the netherworld flame at all. For other people, anyone who came close to the netherworld flame would be burned to death immediately, but for him, it was a piece of cake. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for successfully breaking through to the second level of Void Spirit stage. On his way to the palace, he received a notification that he had successfully broken through to the second level of Void Spirit stage. From the beginning, the dragon and earth dragon that he controlled never stopped attacking. Even Su Fei didn't stop harvesting the lives of the people here. It seemed very cruel, but it was more about revenge. He wanted to clean up these inhumane people. After almost slaughtering the entire city, Yi Tianyun finally ushered in a breakthrough. 300 million EXP was not easy to earn. After leveling up, Yi Tianyun saw that he needed 400 million EXP to break through to the third level of Void Spirit stage. This was really 100 million EXP per level. If he accumulated it to the peak of Void Spirit stage, wouldn't it be more than 1 billion EXP? It was really difficult to earn 300 million EXP after slaughtering so many cities. It can only be said that there were too few Void Spirit stage cultivators. Core Transformation stage cultivators' EXP was not bad, but they were not everywhere. Most of them were at the Spirit Core stage, but they still leveled up in the end. After leveling up, Yi Tianyun's combat power increased a lot. For other cultivators, it was an increase of millions of EXP. For him, it was an increase of tens of millions of EXP, and it was possible for him to fight above his level. I leveled up. Not bad. Yi Tianyun's eyes lit up. The higher the cultivation, the better. He was eager to rush to the peak of Void Spirit stage, but it was impossible for him to do so. As he approached, the swaying netherworld fire suddenly turned into a nether dragon and rushed towards him. Compared to the nether dragon summoned by the nether dragon formation, this nether dragon was much thicker. It was almost like the skeleton of a heavenly dragon. Not only was it huge, but its power was also amazing. It was at the peak of Void Spirit stage. The nether dragon, with more than 100 million battle power, roared towards Yi Tianyun, Shuiyun, and the others couldn't help but be forced back by the energy of the nether dragon. Tianyun, Shuiyun bit her lips. She wanted to go forward and help Yi Tianyun, but she knew that with her strength, she couldn't help Yi Tianyun. She would be burned to ashes if she approached Yi Tianyun. In the face of such a terrifying nether dragon fire, Yi Tianyun thought for a moment and immediately stretched out his hand. Absorb! The next moment, a huge black hole appeared in front of his palm and began to crazily swallow the nether fire. The suction suddenly increased to the extreme. At this moment, the nether fire was sucked into the black hole, but there was still a little that couldn't be extracted and turned into EXP. Then it fell on Yi Tianyun's body and began to burn. But it didn't invade his body. Suddenly, a stronger force gushed out of Yi Tianyun's body and strengthened the heaven-devouring divine art. That was heaven-devouring divine art. Chapter 437. The terrifying flames of the netherworld were perfectly absorbed by Yi Tianyun's terrifying devouring power. Not only did it not cause him any harm, but it also provided him with a steady stream of experience. He absorbed whatever came into his body. 3 million experience points. 4 million experience points. 5 million experience points. 4 million experience points. Every time he devoured, he could obtain millions of experience points. This was obviously due to the 116 times experience points. If he devoured normally, he would at most get 70,000 to 80,000 experience points. Suddenly, it exploded to millions of experience points. This was the benefit of the experience card. If he continued to absorb at this rate, leveling up would not be difficult at all. It should be said that it was rather easy. There was no difficulty to speak of. Under this crazy devouring, the netherworld dragons that pounced on him were devoured into the black hole and disappeared. From afar, it looked like they had drilled into his body, but it did not affect him at all. It seemed like there was no problem at all. Even though they had seen Etienne's power before, they could not help but be shocked. Although they had seen many shocking things, they could not help but be shocked every time. Because every time was more exaggerated than before. Such a powerful netherworld dragon was devoured just like that. How could they not be shocked? If it was someone else who devoured like that, they would have died long ago. How could they survive? Etienne's expression did not change. He continued to devour the netherworld dragon into his body without any pressure. I can barely devour it. If it's a little stronger, I won't be able to devour it. Etienne felt that his experience points kept increasing. This was an explosive amount. If it kept pouring in, it would be a way to harvest experience points. However, after absorbing for a while, the netherworld dragon no longer pounced on him. It was obvious that it could not cause any harm to Etienne, so it chose to give up attacking. Etienne stopped attacking and looked at the flames of the netherworld with a longing gaze. In just this short period of time, he had already obtained almost 100 million experience points. As expected, it was very fast to absorb experience points. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had a high multiplier experience card. Otherwise, he would have to absorb 70,000 to 80,000 experience points every time. Correspondingly, after the flames of the netherworld were absorbed, it looked much weaker. It was obvious that it had become smaller. "Why aren't you attacking?" Etienne laughed mockingly. He hadn't absorbed enough and wanted to continue absorbing, the more the better. Who knew that the other party would stop after releasing for a while? These things were not something that could never be used up, and they were being depleted at the same time. An abyss dragon had been viciously absorbed. So how could the abyss dragon feel good? No wonder you killed the Imperial Preceptor. You do have some ability. The Netherworld Emperor didn't appear from the beginning to the end. He just hid in the palace and talked. After a short pause, he continued, "Since your cultivation is not bad, I'll give you a chance. If you are willing to join the Netherworld Empire, I'll give you the position of the Divine Guardian. As long as I don't stop you, you can control any force of the Netherworld Empire. As for resources, as long as you join the Netherworld Empire, half of the Netherworld Empire will be yours." The Netherworld Emperor threw out huge temptations one after another. As long as Etienne joined the Netherworld Empire, he would be on an equal footing with the Netherworld Emperor. From the side, it could be seen that the Netherworld Emperor had acknowledged the strength of Etienne. Otherwise, how could he give up so much power to Etienne? This was a kind of compromise. The Netherworld Emperor had acknowledged the strength of Etienne, so he was willing to give up half of the empire. Everyone, including the soldiers of the Netherworld Empire, looked at Etienne in shock. They didn't expect that the Netherworld Emperor would choose to bow his head. His arrogance seemed to have been extinguished as he immediately chose to compromise. Giving up half of the empire was simply a humiliation. However, they were all wondering whether Etienne would agree or not. If he agreed, then the Netherworld Empire could easily conquer most of the forces, including the Heavenly Dragon Empire. At that time, the Netherworld Empire and the Netherworld Empire's strength would be magnified by several times. Who could resist such an empire? At that time, the Netherworld Empire would officially enter the ranks of the Divine Nations. However, the power of the Divine Nations couldn't be casually joined. Even if there were many strong people, if they didn't meet the requirements, they wouldn't be qualified to join. There were many benefits to joining the Divine Nations, but no one knew the details because the Divine Nations were too mysterious. Tianyan smiled faintly. What? Is this a compromise? No, it's just that this emperor feels that your strength is not bad. If we join hands to manage an empire, it will greatly increase the strength of our empire. At that time, we will be able to enter the ranks of the Divine Nations. The Netherworld Emperor said. All right, but I have a condition. Tianyan said indifferently. What condition? The Netherworld Emperor's voice was slightly shaken by Tianyan's answer. If Tianyan really joined the Netherworld Empire, then it would be a happy ending. Although Tianyan had almost destroyed the entire Netherworld Empire, if Tianyan joined the Netherworld Empire, then he would definitely be able to make up for it. Rinlong and the others were startled as they looked at Tianyan in shock. Is he really going to join the Netherworld Empire? Palace Lord. If the Palace Lord joins the Netherworld Empire, the elder standing next to Shi Shuiyun said in a worried tone, if he chooses to join, then I will also join. Shi Shuiyun said without any hesitation, as if she had been brainwashed. The Netherworld Empire was very cruel, so if they joined, then wouldn't they be courting death? If the Netherworld Emperor was just stalling for time, then they would definitely fall into his trap. Rinlong and the others remained silent as they waited for Tianyun's answer. My condition is very simple. Apart from you, the rest of the Netherworld Empire will choose to commit suicide to atone for their sins. Then, I will build the empire with you. Tianyan replied indifferently. Are you playing with me? The Netherworld Emperor said angrily after a moment. Apart from the Netherworld Emperor, the rest of the Netherworld Empire would choose to commit suicide. If the Netherworld Emperor was the only one left, then what would happen to him? An emperor with no power was as miserable as having no real power. Everyone laughed after listening to Tianyun's words. Shi Shuiyun also smiled as if she had already expected that Tianyun would say such a thing. How could she not know Tianyun's character? Chapter 438. Tianyun's words were like a slap to the Netherworld Great Emperor's face. Judging from the current situation, their side has a great advantage, but he still wants to join hands with them. If he isn't a fool, then what is he? It's like preparing to attack a city with a knife on his neck. How can he have the qualification to negotiate? It seems that you are very confident in your strength. The Netherworld Great Emperor said coldly, I asked you to join hands with me because I think highly of you and I don't want to waste a genius like you. Since you said so, then go to hell. As soon as Tianyan said that, a huge shadow emerged from the palace and condensed into the shadow of the Netherworld Great Emperor. The Netherworld Great Emperor looked at Tianyan coldly, with killing intent flashing in his eyes, as if he was the real Netherworld Great Emperor. When this phantom appeared, a terrifying pressure was released from all directions. Even the practitioners outside the imperial city could feel it. The terrifying power made them tremble. Compared to before, it's a bit stronger. I don't know how he cultivates, but he can still continue to become stronger. Looking at the phantom that emerged, Tianyun's eyes narrowed. This is actually the strengthened version of the talisman, which is much stronger than the one he used before. But this is the Netherworld Great Emperor himself, so the effect is naturally different, and the gap is not small. The moment the phantom condensed, the Netherworld Great Emperor waved his hand and fiercely slapped at Tianyan. The huge palm created a hurricane, and all the Netherworld fire condensed. Perhaps this is the real Netherworld Divine Palm. How can the Netherworld Divine Palm be called Netherworld Divine Palm without the Netherworld fire? This palm's battle power directly exploded, reaching 120 million battle power, which is a lot stronger than before. This increase is too obvious. Is this really the power of the Void Spirit stage? Your strength has increased a lot, but if this is all you have, I'm sorry to say that you will die today. Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed, and his whole body was instantly covered with a thick layer of dragon scales. Due to the upgrade of the Dragon God bloodline, his power has greatly increased. He fiercely punched, and a red dragon roared out of his hand, pierced through the world, and rushed towards the phantom of the Netherworld Great Emperor. Dragon God Fist. This was one of the strongest moves of the Dragon God secret art. It unleashed the power of the Dragon God's bloodline to the extreme, erupting with the power of the Dragon God. Roar. The Dragon God roared, twisted his huge dragon head and rushed up, knocking away the huge palm. Followed by the sound of Xiong, the immortal fire rose up, and the flame instantly suppressed the Netherworld fire that was pressing down, burning it into nothingness. Then he continued to rush forward and destroyed the phantom of the Netherworld Great Emperor. Finally, he rushed towards the Imperial Palace in his strongest state. Boom! A pillar of fire exploded in the Imperial Palace. The flames soared into the sky and pierced the clouds. In an instant, the entire sky was burned red, and it spread in all directions, illuminating the entire area. This move had easily killed the Netherworld Great Emperor's phantom, and it had even blasted the Imperial Palace. Its power was much stronger than before. His overall battle prowess had already reached more than 180 million, reaching a whole new level, completely suppressing the Netherworld Great Emperor's power. Yi Tianyun and the Netherworld Great Emperor were not on the same level, and Yi Tianyun's power had completely crushed them. After the explosion, more than half of the Imperial Palace was destroyed, revealing the situation inside. From the sky, one could clearly see the main hall inside. There was a handsome, middle-aged man, sitting on the dragon throne, coldly looking at them. His whole body was surging with Netherworld fire, and there was a huge formation on the ground. The Netherworld fire was unceasingly surging from the ground and pouring into his body. Damn it, what kind of power is this? The Netherworld Great Emperor's eyes were filled with horror. He had never thought that Yi Tianyun's power would be so much stronger than his. If it wasn't for the strong formation supporting this place, he would have already been destroyed. Although he could still hold on for now, cracks had already appeared in the surrounding formation, and if this continues, it will completely collapse. Once the formation here collapses, the Netherworld Great Emperor's power will be greatly weakened. The reason why the Netherworld Great Emperor was able to burst out such a strong power was because of the formation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to burst out such a strong power. With the appraisal, Yi Tianyun had already seen through the Netherworld Great Emperor's situation. After the appraisal, I was upgraded. Unless the cultivation of the opponent was very high, otherwise, it would be easy for him to see through the Netherworld Great Emperor. Netherworld Great Emperor, Peak Void Spirit Stage, equipped with a high-grade sacred tool, has a very strong Netherworld fire and can control the Netherworld fire between heaven and earth. Martial arts, Netherworld Divine Art, Netherworld Divine Palm, Netherworld Burning Body Art. Weakness, Extreme Fire. Overall battle prowess, 120 million, relying on the Netherworld Great Arrays effect. Can drop Netherworld Divine Art, Netherworld Divine Palm, Netherworld Burning Body Art, and other rare items. Netherworld Great Array. Grandmaster Grade Divine Rune Great Array can absorb the Netherworld fire from the ground to strengthen its own power, and can also be used for cultivation. Such a terrifying power is supported by the Netherworld Great Array's power. Otherwise, it would be impossible to achieve. If I didn't break through, then I would have really died here. Yi Tianyun frowned. He knew that the Netherworld Great Emperor's foundation was astonishing. Otherwise, he would have provoked so many enemies if he wanted to die. He would have died long ago. No wonder he didn't choose to leave this palace. After leaving this palace, he would lose the support of the Netherworld Great Array, and its power would naturally decrease. Although the cultivation of a peak void spirit stage is very strong, but it is impossible to casually increase one's battle prowess to more than 100 million. This is really not cabbage. Not everyone has a crazy system and can explode with so much battle prowess. Netherworld Great Array, no wonder you didn't come out. But it ends here. Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed. He raised his fist and smashed it towards the place where the Netherworld Great Emperor was. Another dragon god fist burst out, and a red dragon rushed out of the fist and directly rushed down. The Netherworld Great Emperor's complexion changed, and he hurriedly shouted, "Two ancestors!" At this time, two coffins suddenly emerged from the underground Great Array. These coffins were filled with blood, and just as they came out, a fishy smell wafted in all directions. Blood flowed down from the coffins, and a large area of the ground was dyed red. I didn't expect that there would be such a genius in this world. An old voice resounded from the coffins. Then the coffins were quickly pushed open, and two shriveled bodies crawled out of the coffins filled with blood, raised their hands, and patted the air. The power of the two people instantly merged together, and even the power of the Netherworld Great Array gathered and fused with the two of them. Immediately, a huge Netherworld Divine Palm burst out, and a battle prowess as high as 150 million was released. Chapter 439. The two old ancestors released their strongest power together, and used the Netherworld Great Array to unleash a huge Netherworld Divine Palm. The Netherworld Divine Palm was filled with a bloody aura, and the red veins on it looked gloomy and terrifying. Their combat prowess was as high as 150 million, which was the best proof that they could unleash their full power together. Judging from their combined strength, they had probably reached the Spirit King stage. It's just that such a strong power, in the face of Yi Tianyun's divine dragon fist, it's still so powerless. Roar! Accompanied by a loud roar, the red dragon smashed through the Netherworld Divine Palm and slammed down on the two old ancestors at lightning speed. Boom! The two old ancestors were blown away, and they jumped out of the coffin one after another. Their bodies were dripping with blood. After standing on their feet, the two old ancestors' faces changed. Their pale faces turned red, and they spat out a mouthful of blood, which made their faces even paler. Their lifespan was about to end, and they risked their lives to unleash this attack. Of course, they would lose 800 of their own, but instead of hurting the enemy, they lost 1,000 of their own. This power, is he an envoy from the Divine Kingdom? The two old ancestors looked at Yi Tianyun, who was flying in the air with a pale face. The Netherworld Emperor's face was also ugly. Even the two old ancestors couldn't stop Yi Tianyun's attack. How strong is this invader? Yi Tianyun continued reading, and the details of the two of them immediately appeared in front of him. Old ancestor of heavenly underworld, peak of void spirit stage, master of netherworld fire. Lifespan is about to end. Martial arts, netherworld divine art, netherworld divine palm, netherworld burning body secret art. Weakness, extreme fire. Combat power, 110 million netherworld great arrays blessing. Kills drop netherworld divine palm, netherworld divine art. Old ancestor of heavenly underworld, peak of void spirit stage, master of netherworld fire. Lifespan is about to end. Martial arts, netherworld divine art, netherworld divine palm, netherworld burning body secret art. Weakness, extreme fire. Overall battle power, 113 million netherworld great arrays buff. Kills will drop netherworld divine palm, netherworld divine art. the data of the two old ancestors were almost the same. It seemed that they were the previous emperors of the Netherworld Empire. Because their lifespan was coming to an end, they sealed themselves under the Netherworld Great Formation. Unless they made a breakthrough in their cultivation, they could only wait for death. However, in their current situation, it was good enough that they could survive. It was impossible for them to make a breakthrough. As for these spirit fruits that could increase one's lifespan, they didn't have any effect on them. With the power of Netherworld Empire, there was no way they couldn't get any longevity fruit. This blood is not ordinary blood, Eteonyan frowned. Upon closer inspection, this blood was mixed with quite a bit of essence blood. As for whether it was the blood of a demonic beast or a human, he really wasn't sure. This was the only way they could extend their lifespans. However, there was one type that he recognized, and that was the blood essence of the spirit tribe. The astral race's blood essence was very special. It possessed a relatively strong vitality, so absorbing it would increase their lifespan. It's time to end this. Bear. The inextinguishable fire rushed out of his body and enveloped him. The inextinguishable fire was released in all directions. The astral race's complexion changed. They could feel that the inextinguishable fire could completely restrain their power. Eteonyan didn't say anything and immediately rushed down. His figure flashed and disappeared in the sky. In the blink of an eye, for Eteonyan appeared in the sky. No one knew which one was the real one. It was a completely two-on-two situation. The two old ancestors did not hesitate. Their power quickly approached each other, and their spiritual power connected as if they were one. Only in this way they would be able to burst out more power. The Netherworld Emperor's eyes flashed. He turned around and walked towards the back of the dragon throne and disappeared from everyone's sight. He didn't participate in the battle. Instead, he hid underground. Eteonyan didn't pay attention to the Netherworld Emperor. If he wanted to kill the Netherworld Emperor, he must kill the two old ancestors first. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to smoothly chase after the Netherworld Emperor. Netherworld Divine Palm. The two of them once again used the Netherworld Divine Palm on Eteonyan. The huge palm pressed down again. It didn't feel fresh at all. They used the same technique as before. They only knew this one move. The other moves were certainly not as powerful as the Netherworld Divine Palm. The Netherworld Divine Palm was the only move that could bring out their full power. Still this move? Then let's end this. The four Eteonyan punched the Netherworld Divine Palm at the same time. Four red dragons roared out and pierced through the huge Netherworld Divine Palm. Boom! The two of them screamed and were sent flying. Although they were very strong, it's a pity that they ran into Eteonyan. After being sent flying, Eteonyan didn't stop attacking. The heavenly dragon divine sword appeared in his hand. It was a high-grade sacred tool that dropped earlier. He fiercely stabbed at the heavenly underworld old ancestor. The heavenly underworld old ancestor didn't even have time to react. The heavenly underworld old ancestor's head was easily pierced through. Ding! Successfully killed heavenly underworld old ancestor. Reward: 162 million EXP, 43,000 crazy point, 15,000 SBS. Reward: Netherworld Divine Palm, Netherworld Divine Art, Netherworld Burning Body Secret Art. Reward: Netherworld Great Array, Netherworld Fire, Middle Great Earth Level, Rare, Netherworld Heart, Rare. Eteonyan didn't get the reward for killing heavenly underworld old ancestor. Eteonyan still didn't get the reward for killing heavenly underworld old ancestor. It seems that Eteonyan's combat power is too strong. The system judged that the opponent is weak, so there is no reward for killing heavenly underworld old ancestor. This is understandable. Etianyan hasn't used his full strength yet, so there is no reward for killing Heavenly Underworld Old Ancestor. Only a little bit more difficult or a little bit of a tie can be counted as killing Heavenly Underworld Old Ancestor, although Etianyan's cultivation is at second level Void Spirit stage. But in terms of strength, he can crush Heavenly Underworld Old Ancestor. Heavenly Underworld. When Heavenly Underworld Old Ancestor saw Heavenly Underworld Old Ancestor being killed, his eyes were filled with anger. After a roar, a blood-colored bone sword quickly appeared in his hand, and he slashed to the side, cutting Etianyan in half, and the rest of the sword light pierced through Heavenly Underworld Old Ancestor's body. Etianyan's eyes flashed, and with a backhand slash, a heavenly dragon rushed out of the Heavenly Dragon Divine Sword and easily broke through the sword light, then opened its mouth and bit towards Heavenly Underworld Old Ancestor. Heavenly Underworld Old Ancestor quickly dodged, but he was still too slow, and in the blink of an eye, half of his body was gone. Bang! Heavenly Underworld Old Ancestor fell to the ground, but not much blood flowed out of his body. His body is almost devoid of blood, so it doesn't bleed much. Chapter 440. This power, how can it be? The old ancestor's eyes widened as he fell to the ground. Without half of his body, he couldn't move at all. He didn't have the ability to quickly regenerate his body, especially when his lifespan was about to come to an end. It takes a long time for him to recover from this injury, unless he uses medicinal pellets. But even with medicinal pellets, the recovery effect is still very slow, mainly because his body is too weak, so the effect of medicinal pellets is not ideal. This is the fate of your Netherworld Empire. You are all too tyrannical and cruel. Now, I will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and eliminate you all. This is your ending. Etianyan's eyes flashed. Even the system couldn't stand it. Letting him eliminate the Netherworld Empire was enough to show how cruel the Netherworld Empire was. Enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. That's all bullsh asterisk T. The winner takes all. The patriarch of the underworld laughed bitterly. He did not care about being overly domineering. He would kill anyone who disobeyed him. He would sacrifice everything for himself. Winner takes all. That's true, but the Real King is not built on the pain of the innocent, but the battle between the strong. Etianyan just said, and before the old ancestor could answer, Etianyan already pierced through the old ancestor's head. The great ancestor of the underworld world widened his eyes. He wanted to say something, but it was already too late. His life was gone just like that. Aside from hatred, his final gaze was filled with unwillingness. Ding! Successfully killed the old ancestor of Netherworld. Reward: 162 million EXP, 43,000 crazy point, 15,000 SBS. Reward: Netherworld Divine Palm, Netherworld Divine Art, Netherworld Burning Body Secret Art. Reward: Netherworld Great Array, Netherworld Fire, Middle Great Earth Level, Rare, Netherworld Soul, Rare, Netherworld Passage Key, Rare. Ding. Congratulations to player Etianyan for successfully breaking through to third layer Void Spirit stage. Just like before, he obtained a large amount of experience, allowing him to smoothly break through to the third level of Void Spirit stage. The two old ancestors were enough to provide him with more than 300 million experience. Coupled with the experience from absorbing the Netherworld fire, he quickly broke through to the third level of Void Spirit stage, making him even more heaven-defying. In the blink of an eye, he had successfully broken through to Void Spirit stage, level 3. Who else could do this? However, Etianyan still didn't get any rewards. It seemed like Etianyan needed to kill a Spirit King stage cultivator to get the rewards. Ding, 50 times experience card time up. Ding, 30 times experience card time up. Ding, one after another, the time limit of the experience card ran out. Since he hadn't killed the Netherworld Great Emperor, it had already lost its effect. It meant that he had let go of a big, fat sheep. It was really a pity. It was impossible for him to buy a pile of experience cards for the Netherworld Great Emperor. It was undoubtedly a waste. Unless he had a bunch of enemies, then things would be different. Time's up, what a pity! Etienne's eyes flashed. The Netherworld Great Array was a scourge, and it must be destroyed. Soon, the spirit race's old ancestor and the others flew over. They didn't dare to approach the Netherworld Great Array because they were afraid of death. Spirit Monarch, you're just too powerful. You killed the two patriarchs, Earthly Hades Patriarch and Heavenly Underworld Patriarch. That's unbelievable. The Spirit Patriarch was shocked. He couldn't believe it. The two old ancestors were easily killed by Etienne. He thought that it would be good if he could slightly weaken the Netherworld Empire's morale. But now he killed the two old ancestors as if he was chopping melons and vegetables. This situation shocked not only the spirit race's old ancestor, but also Rinlong and the others. Their worries just now were completely unnecessary. It was as if they were fools. There was no meaning to it at all. Now is not the time to talk about these things. Old Ancestor, can you and the other elders destroy the Netherworld Great Array? Etienne asked. It's not easy, but it's not a problem. As long as no other experts come to kill us, we will be able to destroy the Netherworld Great Array. The spirit race's old ancestor said firmly. They might not be able to fight side by side with Etienne, but they could help solve the problem. All right, I'll leave this place to you. I'm going to chase after the Netherworld Emperor. He must have run away, so we must destroy the Netherworld Great Array. If we don't destroy it, it will increase his strength. Etienne said. He had seen the power of the Netherworld Great Array. It could increase their strength by tens of millions. If they don't destroy it, it would be very difficult to deal with it. Or rather, it should be said that he was afraid of complications arising out of the problem. If he could reduce his strength, he would reduce it. He did not think that he was absolutely invincible right now. No problem. Leave this place to us. The spirit race's old ancestor nodded his head. Then he said worriedly, but if you continue like this, won't you fall into a trap? We don't know what's down there. Maybe it's a trap. But if we don't go down and let the Netherworld Emperor escape, there is a possibility that a new Netherworld Empire will appear. Etienne said coldly, as long as the Netherworld Emperor was still alive, there was a possibility that he could establish a new Netherworld Empire. The most important thing was that he was hiding in the dark, and if he launched a sneak attack from time to time, it would be very troublesome. It was easy to dodge a spear in the open, but it was hard to guard against an arrow in the dark. Moreover, it's very likely that he is not running away, but plotting something. He didn't confront me head-on, but chose to run away or hide here. I think he might be preparing to break through. Etienne said, since the Netherworld Great Emperor had reached this stage, he was definitely not a person who was afraid of death. He was definitely an emperor of a generation. He couldn't just casually run away, especially not after just a few rounds of fighting. That wasn't the demeanor of an emperor at all. Therefore, Etienne guessed that the Netherworld Emperor was plotting something or was preparing to break through. Of course, he couldn't afford to get injured. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for him to break through. Once he broke through to the Spirit King stage, it would be very terrifying. Breaking through to the Spirit King stage, everyone's face changed dramatically. The Spirit King stage was a legendary existence to them. Once he broke through to the Spirit King stage, it would be a whole new realm of power. The power of crossing a great realm was not something that could be easily imagined. If that's the case, why are you still going, Spirit King? The spirit race's old ancestor said solemnly, "If that's the case, I have to go. While he hasn't broken through to the spirit king stage, I have to kill him before he can." Yi Tianyun's eyes were full of determination. "Otherwise, our safety will be in danger. I will be responsible for my men." Chapter 441. Regardless of whether the Netherworld Great Emperor would break through to the Spirit King stage or not, he had to go down and kill him. However, what he said was from the bottom of his heart. He had painstakingly cultivated the Heavenly Clouds mansion, and he didn't want to lose his life. Therefore, he had to be responsible for everyone. If he couldn't kill the Netherworld Great Emperor this time, there would be countless casualties in the future, which was something he didn't want to see. He didn't say such words to win the hearts of the people, but he really wanted to be responsible for his men. In this general attack, they didn't lose much, but they still suffered some losses. As long as they fought, people would die, but he could at least minimize the losses. Otherwise, if the Netherworld Great Emperor sent people to attack, it wouldn't just be a small loss. We all know Mansion Lord's words, but if you go down there and something bad happens to you, that's right, it's very dangerous down there, and we don't know what's going on. They all expressed their concerns, and they didn't want Yi Tianyun to go down there. After all, it was too dangerous down there. Let him go down. At this time, Shi Shuiyan stood up. She wasn't the strongest here, but she was the most concerned about Yi Tianyun. Tianyun will not change his mind easily. I believe that he will come back safely, and if something bad happens to him, I will hide and continue to strengthen my strength to avenge Tianyun. Her tone was very calm, but the words that came out of her mouth were like raging waves slamming into their hearts. "Aunt knows me the best." Yi Tianyun smiled indifferently. He and Shi Shuiyan don't need to communicate too much. Just a smile. They can immediately understand each other's mind. They don't need to say much. They can understand each other's heart. If there was anyone in his heart that couldn't be replaced, it would be Shi Shuiyan. No one could replace her position in his heart. Even if his parents appeared, it couldn't be replaced. Besides, he really didn't have any thoughts about the concept of parents. It didn't matter if they didn't show up. As long as he had Shi Shuiyan, it was enough. Everyone looked at each other. Some of them knew that Shi Shuiyan's position in Yi Tianyun's heart was unshakable. If they really want to dissuade, only Shi Shuiyan can dissuade. Others can only waste their breath. Since the Spirit King has made up his mind, I won't say anything more. Let's break the formation now and wait for the Spirit King's return. The Spirit Tribe's patriarch saw that Yi Tianyun was determined and didn't try to dissuade him. We will all wait for the Spirit King's return. As long as the Spirit King does not return, we will not leave. Everyone shouted loudly, their voices sonorous and powerful. Yes, we will all wait for the Manor Lord's return. If the Manor Lord does not return, we will definitely follow him down to investigate the situation. If we can't deal with them, we will hide with the Palace Lord and slowly deal with the Netherworld Empire. The disciples of Heavenly Jade's sect shouted in unison. Just like what Shi Shuiyan said, they were all loyal to Yi Tianyun. We will also wait for the Manor Lord's return. No matter how long it takes, we will wait for your return. The disciples of Empyrean Terminus sect didn't get along with Yi Tianyun for long, but they were impressed by Yi Tianyun's strength, so they expressed their respect for him one after another. Yi Tianyun's heart was also warmed up when he saw that everyone was so supportive of him. Of course, he was more motivated to repay their trust. Don't worry, you still don't believe in your Manor Lord. I will definitely come back with the Netherworld Emperor's head. Yi Tianyun clenched his fist and raised it to show his determination. We believe in the Manor Lord. They shouted loudly. Their eyes were shining, and they all wanted to follow Yi Tianyun. However, Yi Tianyun will not let them go down. If they go down, they will definitely die. He doesn't have the habit of using his subordinates as cannon fodder. Immediately, he went to the back of the dragon throne. There is no passage behind the dragon throne, but after pushing it, a passage leading to the underground immediately appeared. A cold and gloomy power of the netherworld flame surged out from the passage, causing people to feel uncomfortable all over their bodies. He didn't hesitate for too long. He immediately went down the stairs and quickly went underground. The more he went down, the more netherworld fire gushed out. If one's cultivation is not higher than core transformation stage, they will definitely be invaded by this netherworld fire and die. Even a core transformation stage powerhouse can't stay here for too long. They need to be at least void spirit stage to break into this place. The threshold to enter this place is very high. This is not a problem for Tianyun. He stretched out his hand and released swallowing heaven divine art, continuously swallowing the surrounding netherworld fire. The amount is relatively small, but at least it can be converted into EXP, obtained 7,000 EXP, 8,000 EXP, 7,800 EXP. Every time he can only absorb a little bit of EXP, the netherworld fire gushing out from the wall is absorbed. Although there is no EXP card, overall it is not bad. The further down he goes, the higher the EXP, which means that the netherworld fire is stronger. Soon he reached the end, and what greeted him is a thick stone door, which is engraved with dense divine runes. It is very strong. At first glance, there are a lot of Grandmaster divine runes. It seems that this place is reinforced layer by layer. It is not easy to break in. This netherworld emperor really hid well. If I don't break this stone door, I really can't go in. Tianyun looked up and down. If he only relied on brute force, it will take a long time to break this stone door, unless he is extremely strong. But this is not important. He can still break this divine rune with the heavenly eye. Open for me. A blue light flashed in Tianyun's eyes, and soon the core of the divine rune was exposed. He identified the weak point. Here it is. He quickly began to break the divine rune, and soon the divine rune was broken one by one. Ding! Successfully broke the Grandmaster divine rune, obtained 800,000 EXP, 2,000 proficiency points. Ding! Success. After breaking the divine rune, a lot of experience and proficiency points came into his body. He naturally obtained experience and proficiency points from breaking the divine rune. Whether it is repairing or breaking the divine rune, he can obtain experience and proficiency points. Finally, when he broke the last divine rune, he fiercely punched the stone door. And with a bang, the stone door was smashed open like tofu. Without the reinforcement of the divine rune, this stone door is no different from tofu. After the stone door was smashed open, a sea of netherworld fire came into view, covering the entire area, and in the center of this area, there is a big hole from which a steady stream of netherworld fire gushed out, and then filled the entire space. Inside the hole, the netherworld emperor stayed on the side, meditating, crazily absorbing the netherworld fire, and did not pay attention to him. As expected, he is breaking through. Chapter 442. The netherworld great array was meditating on the edge of the barrier again and again. Tianyun felt that the netherworld great array's power was quite terrifying. The netherworld great array's spiritual power fluctuations were constantly being transmitted to Tianyun. Once the netherworld great emperor broke through, he would reach an unprecedented realm, and he would be able to crush everything in his path. Although it was very difficult to break through to the Spirit King stage, it didn't mean that it was impossible. The netherworld great emperor's talent was amazing. Especially after cultivating for so long, it was not impossible for him to break through to the Spirit King stage. The best proof was that the netherworld great array was crazily attacking the barrier. It seems like I have to stop him quickly. A cold light flashed in Tianyun's eyes. Even if the Netherworld Great Emperor broke through to the Spirit King stage, he didn't want to get rid of him as soon as possible. Soon after, he raised the Heavenly Dragon Sword, aimed at the direction of the Netherworld Great Emperor, and fiercely swung the sword. A heavenly dragon roared, opened its huge mouth, and pounced towards the area where the Netherworld Great Emperor was. Just when the heavenly dragon was about to pounce on the Netherworld Great Emperor, the heavenly dragon fiercely hit the light barrier, followed by a loud bang. The violent chi waves continuously hit the light barrier, and a large part of the light barrier was blown away. After the explosion, the light barrier was not destroyed, but it seemed like it wouldn't be able to withstand for long. There's even a defensive formation of this level. How troublesome! Tianyun frowned. Sure enough, the Netherworld Great Emperor hid in here to buy more time to break through. If he left here, he wouldn't be able to absorb the Netherworld fire to break through. Immediately, he opened his heavenly eye and looked for the flaws of the array. It was too slow to break it by force. Using the heavenly eye to look for flaws, he could basically break it in one move. Here it is. The blue light in Tianyun's eyes quickly disappeared, and then he waved the heavenly dragon divine sword in his hand and slashed down. A golden light fell from the sky, and a heavenly dragon was released again to hit the flaw. The heavenly dragon divine sword's special effect was very shocking. When attacking, it could summon a heavenly dragon. Its power would increase along with the increase in cultivation. He could casually split out a heavenly dragon, and its power was comparable to that of a peak void spirit stage expert. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill earthly nether ancestor so easily. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, the entire defensive formation was compressed to the extreme, and then it was blasted into pieces. The cyclone that was raised flew towards the Netherworld Great Emperor, who was meditating on the side. The cyclone, which was originally strong enough to blow anything away, was burned away by the Netherworld flame before it could even get close to the Netherworld Great Emperor, protecting him. Who would have thought that after removing one layer of protection, there would still be another? Layers upon layers of protection were truly vexing. There's still the flames of the Netherworld as a final defense. Then break it all the same. Tianyun continued to rush forward and slashed down with his sword. His sword contained the inextinguishable fire of the utmost strength. It swept forward crazily and split the nether fire that was rolling over. It couldn't be stopped at all. In the end, the nether fire passed through the obstruction of the nether fire and enveloped the Netherworld Great Emperor, wanting to engulf him completely. At this time, the Netherworld Great Emperor suddenly opened his eyes, and two flames flashed in his pupils. The nether fire that could engulf everything burst out of his body, like several nether dragons. These nether dragons swallowed the nether fire and continued to rush towards Tianyun. The inextinguishable fire that was able to restrain the nether fire was actually defeated by the nether fire. Tianyun's eyes flashed, and he swung the heavenly dragon divine sword with all his might. The nether dragons that were rushing towards him were directly cut into several pieces by the inextinguishable fire, but the inextinguishable fire still engulfed them. At the same time, the Netherworld Great Emperor's cultivation and combat power had greatly changed. The enemy's cultivation has reached the first layer of Spirit King stage, and his combat power is 170 million. The Netherworld Great Array's blessing. After the breakthrough, the Netherworld Great Emperor's strength had a qualitative leap. His previous strongest state was only 120 million, but now his combat power has reached 170 million, which means that his combat power has increased by as much as 50 million. However, this was only possible after the breakthrough, and he could obtain more nether fire to enhance his combat power. His real combat power was naturally not that strong, but it was still quite amazing to have a combat power of 120 million to 30 million. From the information given by the appraisal, Eteonion knew that excluding the blessing of the Netherworld Great Array, the peak of Void Spirit stage only had a combat power of 80 to 90 million and a combat power of 100 million at most. Now that he had broken through to the Spirit King stage, his combat power had increased by 20 to 30 million in one go. The key was that the Netherworld Great Emperor had just broken through to the Spirit King stage, and without stabilizing his combat power couldn't be fully exerted. If he was given some time to adapt, he estimated that his combat power could reach 140 to 150 million, which was the true power of the Spirit King stage. It was indeed a qualitative leap. The gap between the realms was like a chasm. Ha ha ha! I finally broke through to the Spirit King stage. The Netherworld Great Emperor looked up to the sky and laughed. After a while, he looked at Eteonion and said coldly, "I really have to thank you. If it wasn't for you, I really wouldn't have been able to force myself to this level. It's also thanks to you that I can break through to the Spirit King stage." Eteonion's expression was indifferent. It was true that he had broken through to the Spirit King stage, but for him, he could still deal with the Netherworld Great Emperor. Even without using his full strength, he could still crush the Netherworld Great Emperor. So what was there for him to be afraid of? Is it because of me? What kind of reward are you going to give me? Eteonion asked as he walked towards the Netherworld Great Emperor with a smile on his face. Spirit King stage. That's good. He could get the reward of killing the Netherworld Great Emperor. Of course, I'll give you a reward of dismembering your body into 10,000 pieces. Plus, I'll give your entire sect to slaughter. The Netherworld Great Emperor mobilized the power in his body, and the Netherworld fire around him was continuously absorbed into his body. It seemed that with the Netherworld fire, he could constantly increase his strength. In fact, it was true, his combat power soared rapidly, as if there was no end to it. Chapter 443. The Netherworld Great Emperor looked at Eteonion and gritted his teeth. He couldn't wait to tear Eteonion into pieces. Most of the Netherworld Empire's generals were killed, and now that Eteonion had invaded the Netherworld Imperial capital, how could the Netherworld Great Emperor calm down? Only by eliminating Eteonion and the Heavenly Clouds Mansion could the Netherworld Great Emperor calm down a little. As for cooperation, it was even more impossible. Even if Eteonion begged for mercy, the Netherworld Great Emperor wouldn't let go of Eteonion. Is this the reward you are giving me? Thank you very much, but I don't want the reward. How about I transfer it to you? Eteonion approached the Netherworld Great Emperor step by step with a smile on his face. It seems that you don't know what kind of power you are facing even when you are about to die. The Netherworld Great Emperor sneered as his palm glowed with a faint blue light. Then you can die with your ignorance and stupidity. He raised his hand and sent out a palm. In an instant, the surrounding flames of the Netherworld condensed, forming a huge palm in this narrow space. It covered every corner of this place, leaving no place for him to escape. Even if he turned around and ran now, it was already too late. The Netherworld Divine Palm had already come crashing down. This could no longer be called a divine palm, but a huge flaming palm that descended from the sky. It was like a fireball that pressed down fiercely. Everywhere it went was ignited by the flames. Even the void was about to be ignited by the flames of the Netherworld. Eteonion raised his head and looked up. The combat power of this palm was as high as 180 million. Obviously, the Netherworld Great Emperor wanted to kill him in one move. It could be said that the Netherworld Great Emperor used all the Netherworld fire in this palm to explode the ultimate power. The Netherworld Great Emperor didn't let his guard down against Eteonion just because he had broken through to the Spirit King stage. He still used his strongest power to crush Eteonion to death. This was nothing to be ashamed of, but it was more to vent his anger and grievance. How can he not be angry after being beaten by Eteonion all the way? Equip Heavenly Dragon set. Successfully equip Heavenly Dragon armor. Ding. Successfully equipped the Heavenly Dragon boots. Ding. Successfully equipped the Heavenly Dragon set. Set attributes increase by 15 times defense, 15 times strength, 5 times speed. After wearing the full set of Heavenly Dragon equipment, his power increased greatly. On top of his original attributes, there was a 15 times increase in defense and other attributes. All of a sudden, his power exploded. The overall effect was even stronger than the Evil Dragon set equipment. At the end of the day, the Evil Dragon equipment set was only level 30 equipment. Therefore, in terms of overall strength, it could not compare to a high-grade sacred weapon. In an instant, his combat power skyrocketed. Holding the Heavenly Dragon Divine Sword tightly, his entire body emitted a golden light, looking very conspicuous. Vaguely, a Heavenly Dragon appeared behind Shao Chun. It was the Heavenly Dragon's power. Even his armor had a few Heavenly Dragons carved on it, making him look very domineering. Heavenly Dragon / Eteonion's eyes flashed with 2 Heavenly Dragons. He quickly unsheathed his sword and swung it towards the sky. An extreme ray of light pierced through the sky. The perfect arc was like a bright moon. It looked so beautiful, but at the same time, it contained danger. The extreme sword light cut the palm that was coming down towards Shao Chun into 2 pieces. Countless sparks scattered in the air and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The sharp sword light continued to slash towards the Netherworld Great Emperor. Deep gullies appeared on the hard ground. This was just a scratch. 200 million combat power. The Netherworld Great Emperor was overbearing, but Eteonion was even more overbearing and heaven-defying. With layers upon layers, who would dare to stop him? How could this be? The Netherworld Great Emperor was shocked. Before he could even shout, the sword light had already slashed towards him. By the time he tried to block it, it was already too late. This overbearing sword light had already quickly slashed towards him. He could only stretch out his arms and put them together to block it. At the same time, he used the Netherworld flame to form a firewall to block the sword light. Swish! The Netherworld flame was also cut in 2 and heavily hit his body. Bang! The Netherworld Great Emperor was sent flying and smashed into the wall. Accompanied by the violent impact, he was stuck to the wall and slid down. He coughed a few times and coughed out some blood. The Netherworld Great Emperor's eyes were filled with horror. This was the strongest power he had unleashed, and he also had the support of the Netherworld Great Array. He didn't expect that he would still lose to Eteonion. Doesn't this mean that Eteonion's strength is already at the Spirit King stage? You are at the Spirit King stage. The Netherworld Great Emperor couldn't believe that the young man in front of him was already at the Spirit King stage. So what if I am? Is it important to someone who is about to die? Eteonion walked towards the Netherworld Great Emperor step by step. His eyes were filled with cold light. You have to pay for what you have done. You killed innocent people for your own selfish desires. Today, I will kill you as a sacrifice to the heavens. Killing innocent people. You are talking as if you don't know how to kill people. In fact, your hands are also stained with blood. The Netherworld Great Emperor said sarcastically, I don't deny that my hands are stained with blood, but I know very well who I should kill and who I shouldn't kill. At the very least, I won't kill innocent people or those who shouldn't be killed. Yi Tianyun's figure flashed as he rushed towards the Netherworld Great Emperor. He waved the heavenly dragon divine sword and thrust it towards the Netherworld Great Emperor. It was time for everything to end. It was time to end this war. They are all weaklings. Weaklings should be trampled under my feet. They should all become my stepping stones. The Netherworld Great Emperor roared as a high-grade, holy artifact appeared in his hand. He swung it towards Yi Tianyun, and the Netherworld fire instantly enveloped the sword. The Netherworld Great Emperor's momentum was not bad, but compared to Yi Tianyun's extreme sharpness, the gap between the two was too big. OM! A sword light flashed and pierced through the body of the Netherworld Great Emperor, accompanied by the roar of the heavenly dragon. The Netherworld Great Emperor, who was stabbing forward with the sword, froze on the spot. His eyes widened in disbelief. He had already broken through to the Spirit King stage, so how could he lose to a young man? At this time, the heavenly dragon divine sword had already sunk into his chest. The violent power of the sword didn't just crush his heart, but also his internal organs. His combat power was as high as 200 million. The increase in his cultivation, the explosion of crazy mode, and the superimposition of a high-grade holy artifact had reached a terrifying peak. Chapter 444. The Netherworld Great Emperor couldn't even finish his words. The light in his eyes was getting dimmer and dimmer. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. It was already a miracle that he could still speak. Puchi, Yi Tianyun pulled out the heavenly dragon divine sword fiercely, and the Netherworld Great Emperor's body fell heavily on the ground. He didn't have time to talk to the Netherworld Great Emperor, let alone talk to a tyrant. Bang! The Netherworld Great Emperor fell to the ground and couldn't say a word anymore. His life force began to fade rapidly, and if he continued like this, he would definitely die. Just like that, a great emperor died in his hands, and it was a Spirit King stage powerhouse. It was shocking. The Netherworld Great Emperor, who had ruled this area for so many years, died just like that. It was really unexpected. No one would have thought that the Netherworld Empire would collapse, but the Netherworld Great Emperor died in the hands of Yi Tianyun. Your life is pretty tough. You didn't die even after all that. Then I'll cut off your head and use it as a sacrifice to the many innocent people who died. Yi Tianyun raised the heavenly dragon divine sword in his hand and stabbed towards the Netherworld Great Emperor's head. But just when he was about to stab the Netherworld Great Emperor, a blue light suddenly burst out from the Netherworld Great Emperor's head. Yi Tianyun quickly withdrew his sword to block the attack, but with a loud bang, the Netherworld Great Emperor was blown away by the Netherworld Great Emperor's attack. After spinning several times in the air, Yi Tianyun finally fell to the ground 10 meters away from the Netherworld Great Emperor. But soon, Yi Tianyun's immortal fire surged up and extinguished the Netherworld Great Emperor's immortal fire. The Netherworld Great Emperor's immortal fire was much stronger than before. If it wasn't for Yi Tianyun's amazing defense, he would have been burned to death. What's with this power? Who are you? Yi Tianyun looked coldly at the Netherworld Great Emperor, who was lying on the ground. This was definitely not the Netherworld Great Emperor's power. The Netherworld Great Emperor was only at the Spirit King stage, so how could he be so powerful? I didn't expect that I would die before I could use my power. But this is good. Let me take over this body. The Netherworld Great Emperor crawled up from the ground. His eyes were pitch black, and there was no focus in them. There was no sign of life. He was like a corpse without a soul, but he still stood up. A faint blue light was released from his head, and enveloped his entire body. The large hole in his chest actually began to heal rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the bowl-sized hole was filled. The healing speed was quite astonishing. Etienne's eyes narrowed. This power had exceeded his expectations. Could it be that there was another person hidden within the Netherworld Emperor's body? The appraisal eye quickly looked at the Netherworld Great Emperor, but it could not find anything. It still showed the Netherworld Great Emperor's detailed information, and not the other's information. What's going on? Etienne frowned and disappeared in the next moment. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the Netherworld Great Emperor. Etienne swung his sword fiercely towards the Netherworld Great Emperor. A blue light flashed in the Netherworld Great Emperor's pitch-black eyes. Immediately, a thick blue armor appeared on his arm. It looked like dense dragon scales were covering his arm. The moment when the sword was about to stab the Netherworld Great Emperor, Etienne raised his hand and fiercely grabbed the Heavenly Dragon Divine Sword. Bang! The Netherworld Great Emperor was still pushed back by the impact, but he still tightly held the Heavenly Dragon Divine Sword. The violent power raged on his arm, cracking the dragon scales on his arm and causing them to fall to the ground. A large amount of blood spurted out from his arm, and even his arm was almost crippled. This dragon scale armor is good, but it's still a lot worse than Etienne's attack. It can still break his arm. Die for me. Etienne's eyes flashed, and he immediately increased the strength of his arm and slashed at the Netherworld Great Emperor's waist. It didn't matter if the Netherworld Great Emperor was a human or a ghost. He would kill him directly. However, the Netherworld Great Emperor had already recovered and pressed the Heavenly Dragon Divine Sword. Etienne felt that the Heavenly Dragon Divine Sword in his hand was pressed to the ground. One must know that his power was as high as 200 million, but he did not expect that it would be suppressed by the Netherworld Great Emperor. After being suppressed, the Netherworld Great Emperor bounced back and floated to the ground. His arm was bloody, but he was expressionless, as if he was not the one who was injured. A cold light flashed in his head, and the injury on his arm quickly recovered. The Netherworld Great Emperor's healing ability was quite amazing, and it was far from the power that the Netherworld Great Emperor could display. Finally, I have completely occupied this body. It took me a lot of effort to do so. This kid is really too weak. I spent so much effort to cultivate him, but he still fell to this state. But forget it. I was waiting for him to break through to the Spirit King stage, but now that he is injured, it will be much easier for me to occupy his body. Thank you so much. Netherworld Great Emperor faintly smiled. His eyes began to focus, but his deep blue pupils looked very demonic. Etienne's pupils shrunk, and at this time, the appraisal eye finally updated its data. Unknown soul, third layer Spirit King stage, has powerful soul power, can occupy a person's body, but needs a long time to get used to it. Martial arts, Netherworld Divine Palm, Netherworld Divine Art, Netherworld Burning Body Art, Netherworld Dragon Possession. Weakness, Extreme Fire. Overall combat power, 250 million, Netherworld Great Array. Drops, Netherworld Divine Palm, Netherworld Divine Art, Netherworld Dragon Possession. Netherworld Pearl, Rare Low-Grade Divine Artifact. Netherworld Pearl, Low-Grade Divine Artifact, can control the Netherworld Fire, can store a large amount of Netherworld Fire, and can be used for cultivation. It is an excellent divine artifact for controlling the Netherworld Fire. It can store and nourish the soul inside, and as long as it doesn't leave the body, it can survive for a long time. The unknown soul that took over the Netherworld Great Emperor's body also has the Netherworld Pearl in his head. The Netherworld Great Emperor's head has the Netherworld Pearl, which is a great divine artifact. After being possessed, The Netherworld Great Emperor's cultivation has broken through to the third layer Spirit King stage, reaching an astonishing 250 million combat power. Even without the Netherworld Great Array, his combat power is still close to 200 million. This is the terror of the Spirit King stage. The most terrifying thing is the Netherworld Pearl, but the one who can control the Netherworld Pearl is not the Netherworld Great Emperor, but the Unknown Soul. Presumably, the Netherworld Great Emperor didn't use the Netherworld Pearl before because he couldn't control it. Otherwise, it would definitely be a great trump card that can control any Netherworld fire at will. Chapter 445. The sudden change surprised Etianyun. He didn't expect that there was a Netherworld Pearl in the Netherworld Emperor's head. Inside the Netherworld Pearl, there was a terrifying soul and the cultivation of the third layer Spirit King stage. It was really shocking. Combined with the Netherworld Great Array, the power of the Netherworld Pearl reached 250 million, which was really terrifying. It could easily kill a Void Spirit stage cultivator without any resistance. This was not only limited to the difference between the Spirit King stage and the Void Spirit stage. It was also reflected in any big realm. When the difference was a big realm, it was still easy to crush the opponent. Unless there were too many people and the spiritual power was exhausted, it would be easy to kill the opponent. Now, the possessed Netherworld Emperor gave him a strong sense of pressure. And sure enough, there was a new problem. However, this problem had been hidden for a long time, waiting for the opportunity to possess the Netherworld Emperor. This meant that even if Etianyun didn't come to deal with the Netherworld Emperor, the Netherworld Emperor would be possessed in the end. At that time, no one would know that the Netherworld Emperor had been possessed. His appearance wouldn't change, but his personality would become another person. Who are you? Etianyun stared at the fake Netherworld Emperor. He wanted to know who was the one who possessed the Netherworld Emperor. Who am I? The fake Netherworld Emperor looked at him with a smile and said, "But you are indeed qualified to know my name. My name is Ming-Chen, a name that no one in this area knows. You are very strong, and I admire you very much. I will give you a chance. As long as you swear to be loyal to me forever, I will vigorously cultivate you in the future, let alone Spirit King stage. Even Saint King stage is not impossible. You'll have a place in the divine nations." Ming-Chen. Etianyun narrowed his eyes and looked at the fake Netherworld Emperor. "Who are you? If you want me to submit to you, at least give me a convincing reason, right?" "Divine nation? Is this enough?" Ming-Chen looked at him arrogantly. "This is just a small part of my soul. I want to build a branch force in this area. The power of the divine nation is far beyond your imagination. To put it bluntly, a force like yours could be easily crushed with a single slap. You wouldn't be able to resist at all. It really is a divine kingdom." Etianyun narrowed his eyes. The divine kingdom had always been a legend, and no one knew where it was located. Most people would say that it was in the sky, and even if one could fly, it would not be easy to reach it. Only when the emissary led them up could they reach their destination smoothly. No one knew the details. There were no records at all. There were simply too few people who knew. It was only natural that the God Nation was very powerful. Otherwise, how could it be called a fifth-grade force? He didn't think that the Divine Kingdom couldn't do what Ming-Chen had said. If they wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as killing an ant. Why did you choose to split your soul? Don't tell me you won't take the initiative to come down and occupy this place. Etianyun immediately grasped the crux of the matter. He said that he could easily slap it to death, but why didn't he give it a try? You don't need to know this. Now, I only give you two choices. Either obey or die. Which one do you choose? Ming-Chen did not answer his question, and still spoke in an arrogant tone. My choice, of course, is to kill you." Yi Tianyun rushed over and once again waved the heavenly dragon sword in his hand, stabbing towards Ming Chen. His power instantly erupted to the extreme. Crazy damage mode. Activate. Dragon God Bloodline. Activate. After the double power erupted, his power instantly reached the pinnacle level, 240 million. But it was still a little worse than Ming Chen. The next moment, he ignited his blood essence, and the Dragon God Bloodline in his body began to boil, as if it was boiling. Under this stimulation, his power was greatly increased, exploding to 265 million battle power, which was even stronger than Ming Chen. Heavenly Dragon / Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed with a cold light. He was ready to risk everything to kill Ming Chen. He couldn't let Ming Chen live. Otherwise, they would die together. Ming Chen definitely played a part in the Netherworld Emperor's cruelty, so joining him was tantamount to courting death. If he did not join him, he would also be waiting for death. Now, he only had one way, and that was to kill Ming Chen. "It seems that you are stubborn. Then go to hell." Ming Chen's eyes turned cold, and a long sword immediately appeared in his hand. It was the sword that the Netherworld Emperor had used before, the Netherworld Divine Sword. Netherworld Dragon Possession. Ming Chen was not negligent. He felt that Yi Tianyun's aura was so strong that it was impossible for him to resist it in his normal state. He suddenly released a unique skill, and his power instantly soared. The shadow of the Abyss Dragon instantly possessed his body, and a thick layer of dragon scales appeared on his body. More importantly, even his entire head had turned into a dragon's head. It was a terrifying sight, and his entire face was covered in black dragon scales. His combat power skyrocketed from 250 million to 270 million, which was a little stronger than Yi Tianyun's combat power. Ming Chen did not expect that he would be able to burst out such a terrifying power in this state, which was really beyond his expectation. Is a third-layer Spirit King stage so powerful? No, it's just that Ming Chen has too many tricks up his sleeves. He has a lot of treasures, and his power is not inferior to Yi Tianyun's. However, if they were to compete, Yi Tianyun would definitely be stronger than him. After all, he was only at the third-layer Void Spirit stage. In the blink of an eye, Ming Chen clenched the Netherworld Divine Sword and thrust it forward. His explosive power collided with Yi Tianyun's Heavenly Dragon Divine Sword. The two dragons wrestled with each other, and the impact of the collision caused both of them to be slightly pushed back. However, they were not pushed back too far. Ming Chen raised his weapon again and slashed at Yi Tianyun. Since the difference in combat power between the two was not very big, it was hard to tell who would win. Burning your blood essence? Let's see how long you can last. Ming Chen sneered. He looked very calm on the surface, but in his heart, he was shocked. He had used all his strength, but he did not expect that Yi Tianyun would be able to resist his attack. At least longer than you. Yi Tianyun's eyes were cold. He had the enhanced version of Blood Jade, so of course he was not worried about Blood Chi. Otherwise, he would not dare to burn his blood essence at will. After a few dozen moves, Ming Chen's combat power suddenly dropped to 210 million, which was far behind Yi Tianyun. Chapter 446. After the Netherworld Great Array was destroyed, the surrounding Netherworld fire quickly receded and could not continue to gather. Without the support of the Netherworld Great Array, Ming Chen's combat power was greatly reduced. It was as if he had been severely cut by a knife. His combat power suddenly decreased by 40 to 50 million, which was enough to show how amazing the impact of the Netherworld Great Array was. My Netherworld Great Array. While Ming Chen was still in a daze, Yi Tianyun seized the opportunity and fiercely slashed at Ming Chen with his sword. The sharp sword chi slashed straight down. it was still so fierce and unparalleled. At this moment, Ming Chun immediately reacted and quickly dodged to the side, trying to avoid this violent sword strike. It has to be said that even without the support of the Netherworld Dragon Great Array, Ming Chen's speed was still amazing. He fiercely stomped on the ground, and the amazing momentum pushed him to the side. However, although he was fast, Yi Tianyan was faster. Break! Yi Tianyan's eyes turned cold, and he slashed down. The sword chi cut through Ming Chen's shoulder, broke the solid dragon scales, and cut off his entire left arm. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Damn it! Ming Chen's face was pale and showed a bit of pain. After possessing the body of the Netherworld Great Emperor, the pain of the injury was naturally transferred to his soul. Immediately, the Netherworld Pearl in his head quickly gushed out a light and began to heal the injury. In the blink of an eye, the bleeding stopped, but it was not as heaven-defying as before when the arm would grow out. The Netherworld Pearl could at most heal the wound, but the broken arm was not so easy to recover. Split it! Yi Tianyan did not stop attacking. He immediately released his doppelgangers. 3 doppelgangers immediately emerged from the side, holding the heavenly dragon divine sword in their hands, so as to not let Ming Chen escape. Ming Chen's face suddenly changed. He did not expect that Yi Tianyan would have such an abnormal move. How could he have doppelgangers? Yi Tianyan would not let go of the opportunity to chase and attack fiercely. This was a chance to take his life when he was down. Yi Tianyan chased after him at an even faster speed, flanking him and slashing down with their heavenly dragon divine swords. The doppelganger's power was weaker, but Yi Tianyan's goal was to stop him from escaping, not to kill him. The doppelganger's power was not enough to kill him. Go to hell! Ming Chun roared, and the Netherworld Pearl in his head flashed with a blue light. Then it flew out of his mouth, and a crazy Netherworld fire was released from the Netherworld Pearl. The endless Netherworld fire swept in all directions and instantly engulfed the 3 doppelgangers. Before the 3 clones could even get close to him, they had already been burned to ashes, leaving not even a bit of residue. The Netherworld fire swallowed Yi Tianyan along with the Netherworld fire. The terrifying Netherworld fire invaded Yi Tianyan's body crazily, wreaking havoc in his body. In the blink of an eye, the surface of his body was charred. The flames of the Netherworld Pearl were quite terrifying. They were much stronger than the Netherworld fire that he had released before. They were on a completely different level. Yi Tianyan quickly retreated from the Netherworld fire. His body was burned to ashes, which showed the power of the Netherworld fire. What a strong flame! It's not on the same level as the one released before. Yi Tianyan's heart trembled. Just the impact just now was already as high as 270 million battle power. If not for his amazing defense, he would have been burned to ashes. Then he quickly mobilized the immortal fire in his body to drive out the Netherworld fire that had invaded his body. Originally, he could completely suppress the immortal fire, but this time it was much more difficult to expel the Netherworld fire. Fortunately, with a little time, he could expel the Netherworld fire, but the inside of his body had been burned. He took out a recovery pill, stuffed it into his mouth, and began to recover. His eyes were fixed on Ming Chun, who was surrounded by the Netherworld fire, and he did not dare to go any closer. With the appraisal, the status of the flame was refreshed. High-grade Earth-level Netherworld fire. Sure enough, no wonder its power has increased so much. Even if it is not as rare as the immortal fire, it can still suppress the immortal fire. This is just like water restrains fire. If the amount of fire far exceeds the amount of water, it can easily boil the water. After a moment, the Netherworld fire was retracted. Ming Chun looked at him coldly. His broken arm did not grow back, and his face was pale. I didn't expect you to have such power. I underestimated you." Ming Chen clenched the Netherworld Divine Sword and looked at him coldly. "A little worm can force me to this point. It's really embarrassing. If I were here, you would just be an ant, and I could crush you easily. But it's all over now. No matter how strong you are, can you be stronger than my Netherworld Pearl?" The Netherworld Pearl floated in front of him, flashing a strange flame. As long as he could continue to release the Netherworld fire, he would not be able to kill Ming Chen. But correspondingly, if he killed Ming Chen, the Netherworld Pearl would belong to him. This was a divine artifact, and a good one at that. Yi Tianyan adjusted the spiritual power in his body. He had to admit that the current situation was quite serious. Ming Chen was really powerful. In a situation where Ming Chen's cultivation was far higher than his, and he had so many treasures, it would be difficult to deal with him. "What's wrong? Are you so scared that you can't speak?" Ming Chen sneered. "Don't worry, the pain will soon be over. Then you will see your family and friends, and they will accompany you to hell." As soon as he finished speaking, the Netherworld Pearl that was floating in front of Ming Chen flashed crazily. Then 3 Netherworld dragons that were condensed from the Netherworld fire came roaring toward him. Ming Chen was surrounded from all directions and had no way to escape. They had completely locked his aura. Each Netherworld dragon contained a terrible Netherworld fire, and even if he used the sky-devouring divine art, he could not absorb this terrible fire. This was already beyond his peak level, so how could he absorb it? Yi Tianyan stood in the same place, motionless, waiting for the Netherworld dragons to rush towards him, as if he had given up struggling. Have you given up struggling? This is what you should do when you know your limits. No matter how hard you struggle, it's futile. Ming Chen's expression was ferocious, and he could foresee that Yi Tianyan would be burned to ashes. Yi Tianyan's eyes flashed when the Abyss Dragon pounced on him, and he instantly disappeared in place. The aura of the 3-headed Abyss Dragon completely disappeared, and the attack lost its target and direction. What? He disappeared? Ming Chen was shocked. While he was still in shock, a sense of danger came from behind him, causing him to quickly rush forward to avoid the attack. But it was still too late. A sword slashed at his waist, and the sword light shook the air, making a buzzing sound. And then a light cut through Ming Chen's waist. Chapter 447. The Heavenly Dragon Divine Sword slashed across Ming Chen's body, and the extremely sharp sword light turned into a thin line from his waist to the side, and when it came into contact with the fire of the Netherworld, it cut the fire of the Netherworld into 2. Ming Chen's eyes widened, and when he tried to look at his body, his upper body and lower body were separated, and a large amount of blood spurted out from his waist, and he fell to the ground. Without half of his body, he could not move at all. "Let's die together." A cruel smile appeared on Ming Chen's face. Under his command, the 3 nether dragons behind him roared, and even the Nether Pearl released the nether fire, crazily engulfing Ming Chen's group. This time, the flames were terrifying enough. It was as if all the flames within the Nether Pearl had been released. It was as if the Nether Pearl had truly gone mad. It crazily shot out in all directions, and more of them appeared. Several nether dragons rushed out, one after another, as if there was no end to them. After rushing out, they all rushed towards Yi Tianyan. In front of him, dozens of nether dragons surrounded him, and one by one, they were gnawing at him. This time, he really could not escape. Teleportation was still in cooldown, and he could not teleport away like before. He had not used teleportation before, mainly because he wanted to escape. The effect of a sneak attack might be more obvious, but it was perfect for escaping. Now, the best proof was that what he was worried about had finally happened, and he was trapped in a dead end, unable to escape. Danger, danger, danger. Life is in danger. The system warned frantically, which meant that the attacks that Etianyan was facing had exceeded his limit, and if he continued to resist, the result would be death. I didn't want to use it, but it seems that I have to use it in the end. A divine rune appeared in Yi Tianyan's hand, and this was the heaven and earth divine rune that Yi Qingxian had given him before. This divine rune could increase his strength by 5 times, and he had used most of his blood essence to carve it. Perhaps the strengthened blood jade could help him recover, but the replenishment of his blood essence would still cause some damage to his soul. Therefore, he did not dare to use it casually, although it could replenish his blood essence. The damage to his soul was not so easy to heal. Otherwise, he would have asked Yi Qingxian to carve a few more divine runes for him, and it would definitely be a trump card. Now, the situation was urgent, and if he did not use it, he would die. Of course, he still had 3 lives in his inventory, but they were even more precious. Who knew if he would receive more lives in the future? If he lost them, it would be such a waste. The most important thing was that after he resurrected, he would be surrounded by a sea of fire, and he might die a second time. The best way was to fight back, and suppress the nether pearl was to kill him. Fire, fire, divine rune. Yi Tianyan put the heaven and earth divine rune on his body, and the blood essence on the divine rune paper quickly penetrated into his body and fused with the blood essence in his body. Divine rune, divine runes, divine rune. On top of the original 16 times crazy mode, the effect was increased by 5 times, reaching 21 times the power. A 21 times increase in power meant that on top of his base of 15 million, it would directly explode. 315 million. This was just the most basic damage bonus. There were still many things that hadn't been added: weapons, dragon god bloodline, and so on. Berserk mode, and heaven, and earth god sigil would not stack with the damage of the weapon. Otherwise, it would be terrifying. Now, even without these effects, it had already reached 315 million. After adding weapons and dragon god bloodline, the final combat power reached 360 million, but it was not over yet. He gripped the heavenly dragon celestial sword tightly in his hand. His eyes flickered, and a shadow began to appear behind him. After breaking through to the void spirit stage, each cultivator would awaken their own void spirit force, and what he awakened was himself. The shadow that appeared behind him was not a dragon god, nor was it a sky dragon, but Etianyan himself. A gigantic figure of himself that had been magnified more than 10 times was gripping the heavenly dragon divine sword tightly with him, ready to attack. Holding the sword in his hand, it was as if he was holding the entire world in his hand, releasing an imposing aura that looked down on the world. One sword shatters the heavens. He fiercely swung forward, and the phantom image that appeared behind him also fiercely swung forward. The enlarged heavenly dragon divine sword also slashed out. The incomparably thick sword radiance slashed in all directions, and the entire secret chamber was shrouded by this sword radiance. At this moment, his combat power soared to 400 million, an extremely terrifying number. Even a divine artifact would have to surrender in front of him. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying sword light shattered all the nether dragons that pounced on him, turning them into countless blue starlight drifting around. They were completely cut into powder by this sword light, without exception. When Ming Chen saw this scene, he looked at Yi Tianyan in disbelief. He didn't expect that even after releasing all the energy in the Netherworld Pearl, he still couldn't cause any damage to Yi Tianyan. How was this possible? When he wanted to say something, it was too late. The sword light had already shrouded him and completely crushed his body into pieces. He didn't even have time to scream before he was completely dead. The remaining sword light blasted on the solid wall, and the whole earth trembled. Shi Shuiyun and others above could clearly feel the violent vibration coming from under their feet. Tianyun. Shi Shuiyun's eyes were full of worry. She didn't want to see Tianyun meet with any mishap. If she could, she didn't want to carry out that plan, which would make her stay in pain for the rest of her life. Other people's eyes were also full of worry, but many of them started to clear the Netherworld imperial capital before Tianyun came out. They didn't really want to stay here all the time. There were still many scourges that had not been eliminated. What they needed to do was to flatten the Netherworld imperial capital, not to occupy it. They didn't want the Netherworld imperial capital, but to enforce justice on behalf of heaven and eradicate this scourge. However, when they sensed the violent tremors, they all stopped. They were extremely worried. They didn't know if they should go down to check the situation, or if Tianyun was seriously injured and needed their help. Old Ancestor. They all looked at the old ancestor of the spirit race, waiting for his instructions. Chapter 448. The old ancestor of the spirit race didn't know what was going on, so he sent someone to check it out. The old ancestor of the spirit race was the first one to go down. His cultivation was at the void spirit stage, so it was safe for him to go down. I will go with you. Renlong stood up and said. The old ancestor wanted to say something, but when he saw Renlong's determined eyes, he didn't say anything. Obviously, no matter how he tried to stop him, Renlong would never listen to him. Old ancestor, I also want to go down with you. Yes, we also want to go down and see the situation of the young lord. They shouted one by one. They didn't want to stay up there. They all wanted to go down and see the situation of Tianyun with their own eyes. That's enough. We will go down together. If there is any danger, how can we protect you? The old ancestor said in a deep voice. I believe the Spirit King knows what you are thinking, but now is not the time to be emotional. Just stay up there. Shi Shuiyun opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end, she clenched her small fists and didn't say anything. Her cultivation was too low. Even if she was the palace lord, she couldn't go down there. Otherwise, she would become a burden. At her age, her cultivation was not low. She should belong to the ranks of geniuses, but her cultivation was too low. She would become a burden if she went down there. She knew the problem. So she didn't say that she wanted to go down, but she wanted to see the situation more than anyone else. Hearing the words of the old ancestor, everyone calmed down and didn't fight to go down. They could only stay up there and wait for the final result. The spirit race old ancestor and Renlong nodded. The two of them came to the passageway behind the dragon throne and began to walk down. The netherworld flame that came at them made them quickly use their spiritual power to resist it. Although the netherworld great formation was broken, there were still many netherworld fire here. Those with low cultivation still couldn't go down. We just came down, and it's already difficult to go down. Fortunately, we didn't let them come down. The old ancestor said in a deep voice, Yes, the power of the netherworld's fire is amazing. Without the cultivation of core transformation stage, it's impossible to resist it. Renlong nodded. He also felt that this place was very dangerous. They carefully walked down, and when they were about to reach the bottom, another explosion came from inside, causing them to retreat quickly. Their hearts tightened. Did Tianyun really meet with misfortune? After the spiritual power fluctuations inside had calmed down, they continued to walk forward. What they saw was a sea of fire. There was a deep ravine on the surrounding walls, as if it had been slashed by something sharp. At this moment, they saw a familiar figure standing at the side, holding a long sword in his hand, his eyes filled with killing intent as he looked forward. This person was Tianyun, who had come down a while ago. His body was charred black, and he looked a little ragged, but overall he seemed to be fine. Apart from him, there was no one else around. At most, there was a large pool of blood on the ground and pieces of corpses scattered all over the ground. It looked quite disgusting. Spirit King, Brother E. When the two of them saw that Eteonion was fine, they were overjoyed, but just when they wanted to go over to him, Eteonion quickly reached out and stopped them. Don't rush over. The Netherworld's fire here will hurt you. Wait for me to clear this place first. Eteonion just killed Si Ming-chen, and then they came down. At this time, a pleasant voice sounded in their ears. Ding. Successfully killed Netherworld Great Emperor. Reward 90 million EXP, 10,000 CPS, 10,000 SPs. Obtained Martial Art, Netherworld Divine Art, Netherworld Divine Palm, Netherworld Burning Body Secret Art, Netherworld Dragon Possession. Items obtained: Soul of the Nether, Rare, Nether Divine Sword, High-Grade Saint Artifact, Nether Armor, High-Grade Saint Artifact, Nether Boots, High-Grade Saint Artifact, Nether Fire, Mid-Grade Earth-Grade Flame. Ding. Congratulations on killing an enemy above your level. Reward 100 million EXP, 10,000 CPS, 10,000 SPs, 1 super enhanced lottery roulette ticket. The reward was amazing. With 16 times the express, Eteonion got a total of 90 million EXP. It means that his base value is 5 million, which is a lot more than Void Spirit Stage. Sure enough, the EXP is a qualitative leap. However, the reward for killing the unknown soul didn't appear. Is there no reward for dying? Eteonion looked up and saw a small ball of light flying towards the Netherworld Pearl. Its speed was not fast nor slow, and it looked quite weak. Ming Chen's soul was at the 8th level of the core transformation stage, and it was about to collapse. Sure enough, he's not dead. Eteonion quickly rushed over, reached out his hand and pinched the light in his hand, and used his spiritual power to lock the light in his hand. You want to leave? Eteonion looked at the soul in his hand coldly. If he let the soul escape into the Netherworld Pearl, it would be troublesome. Let me go. Ming Chen's soul struggled, trying to break free from Eteonion's hand. But how could such a weak soul break free? Let you go? Do you think I will let you go? Eteonion said calmly. I will give you a chance to let me go. Otherwise, I will bring strong cultivators to destroy your force. Ming Chen threatened Eteonion. This is just a part of my soul. If I kill it, my real body will definitely know about it. Then you will die. Eteonion narrowed his eyes and looked at Ming Chen. Ming Chen was right. Ming Chen's soul was only a small part of his soul, so if Eteonion killed him, his real body would definitely know about it. Then you will send a large group of strong cultivators to destroy us. Eteonion said calmly, yes, the power of our God Nation is not something you can imagine. If my power was at its peak, do you think you could hurt me with just that? Even though Ming Chen was caught by Eteonion, he was still very arrogant. So I advise you to let me go. Otherwise, I will make you beg for death. Oh, what if I let you go? Eteonion said calmly. If you let me go, I will consider sparing your life. Ming Chen said solemnly. Is that so? Thank you very much. At this time, Eteonion grabbed Ming Chen's soul and squeezed it fiercely. Under the violent pressure, Ming Chen's soul was immediately deformed. Ming Chen was so scared that he shouted, What are you doing? You will spare my life, but I will not spare yours. Besides, do you think I can trust your words? Eteonion sneered. I am afraid that you will find an opportunity to possess me. Immediately, he increased his strength, and Ming Chen's soul was about to be crushed. Just as he was about to explode, Ming Chen let out an unwilling roar. "I won't let you off. I will bring my people to flatten you and kill you." Bang! Ming Chen's soul was completely crushed. It turned into light spots and fell to the ground. Chapter 449. Ding! Successfully hit Ming Chen's soul. Reward: 120 million EXP, 12,000 Crazy Point, 15,000 SBS. Reward: Netherworld Divine Art, Netherworld Divine Palm, Netherworld Burning Body Secret Art, Netherworld Dragon Possession. Reward: Netherworld Treasure Map, Rare, Netherworld Secret Order, Rare, Netherworld Astrolabe, Rare. After killing Ming Chen, Yi Tianyan noticed that a lot of things dropped. Although he didn't drop any equipment, the things that dropped seemed to be more important than the equipment. It's a pity that no divine tool dropped. It can only be said that the probability is too low. You won't let me go. Yi Tianyan's eyes flashed. Even if I let you live, I don't think my situation will be any better, right? Of course, Ming Chen's words can't be trusted. The force that he built up was destroyed just like that. How can he not take revenge? Moreover, such a sinister and cunning guy is courting death if you let him live. Yi Tianyan didn't expect that after overthrowing the Netherworld Empire, he would attract a stronger enemy, and that is the Divine Nation. Of course, no matter what, the Divine Nation is controlling everything behind the scenes. If he doesn't kill them, the Divine Nation will do the same. The law of the jungle is fully displayed here. If you don't have the strength, it's useless to hide in a corner. Yi Tianyan will never regret what he did, no matter how many enemies come. He will kill them all and turn them into EXP to level up. Soon after, he focused his gaze on the Netherworld Pearl. After losing its master, it fell from the sky and landed on the ground. It rolled a few times before landing at the side. From a distance, it looks like a beautiful pearl. It's much smaller than the Heavenly Dragon secret treasure. It's the size of an ordinary pearl. If he didn't know, he would think that it's just a black pearl. But when he investigated it, he found out that it's a divine tool. This was a divine artifact, something that all empires and forces yearned for even in their dreams. However, it was simply too rare, and the difficulty of obtaining it was simply too high. The Netherworld Empire had the Netherworld Pearl, but theoretically, it didn't belong to the Netherworld Great Emperor, so he could only control a small part of its power. If he had released such a terrifying Netherworld flame from the very beginning, he would have been seriously injured. He walked over and picked it up. Since it no longer had an owner, it had become an ownerless item. He made a small cut on his finger, and a drop of blood dripped onto the Netherworld Pearl, which was quickly absorbed by it. Rinlong and the patriarch of the spirit tribe were watching from the side, but they didn't dare to walk over. They could feel that the Netherworld flames around them were quite terrifying. If they weren't careful, they would be burned to ashes. This Netherworld fire was not the Netherworld fire that the Netherworld Emperor had absorbed before, but the high-grade Netherworld fire released by Ming Chen. Its power was at the Spirit King stage, and it was impossible for them to resist it. Fortunately, he was not successfully possessed. Otherwise, this area would have definitely turned into a purgatory. Bear! Suddenly, the Netherworld Pearl released a terrifying flame that swept towards him. In an instant, it enveloped his arm and quickly seeped into his body. Yi Tianyan's expression didn't change. He knew that this was the process of owner recognition, but after a moment, the Netherworld fire returned to the Netherworld Pearl, which meant that the owner recognition had failed. Owner recognition failed. Now that I think about it, I need to use the Netherworld fire. Without the Netherworld fire, I'm afraid that I won't be able to control it. Then, Yi Tianyan equipped the Netherworld fire. This was the treasure that the Netherworld Emperor had dropped. After equipping it, he would immediately use the Netherworld fire. Again, Tianyan activated the Netherworld pearl again, and the Netherworld fire swallowed the Netherworld pearl crazily. Soon, the Netherworld pearl merged with the Netherworld fire in his body. After the merging was successful, the energy between the two was instantly connected, and the entire Netherworld pearl blossomed with a ghostly blue light. Very good, the owner recognition is successful. Tianyan's eyes lit up. This divine artifact was immediately under his control. If not for the Netherworld fire, he really wouldn't be able to control the Netherworld pearl. There were very few people here who could control the Netherworld fire. Even if they could, the grade of the Netherworld fire might not be high enough, so the difficulty was not small. After successfully controlling the Netherworld pearl, Tianyan quickly raised his hand and extended it towards the Netherworld fire. He said in a deep voice, "Store it for me." Immediately, the Netherworld pearl blossomed with a dazzling light, attracting the surrounding Netherworld fire. The Netherworld fire continuously flowed into the pearl and was completely stored. The Netherworld pearl had the effect of producing the Netherworld fire, but it was still relatively slow. Being able to store it was the best thing that could happen. The Netherworld fire was something that existed in the world. It was not something that was born. Instead, it was something that was forcefully absorbed after birth. Only then could one refine the Netherworld fire. There weren't many cultivators who possessed a heavenly flame. It should be said that it was relatively rare, especially for high-grade flames. Very quickly, the scattered Netherworld fire was absorbed by the Netherworld pearl. Aside from the Netherworld fire that came out from the passageway, the rest of the Netherworld fire was stored in the Netherworld pearl. Not bad. In the future, I will be able to use the Netherworld fire. One more flame means one more power. The Netherworld fire was not an evil flame. It was a flame that came from the world. Evil did not lie in the flame, but in the human heart. Spirit King, what treasure is this? It can absorb so much Netherworld fire. The spirit race's old ancestor walked over and looked curiously at the Netherworld pearl in Tianyun's hand. This is my spoil of war. It is the spoil of war from killing the Netherworld Emperor. It is a divine artifact. Tianyan did not hide anything. There was no need to hide anything. These were all trustworthy people. You really killed the Netherworld Emperor and obtained a divine artifact. Spirit King, you are really amazing. The spirit race's old ancestor exclaimed in admiration. The people above were worried that something might have happened to you. Now it seems that our Spirit King is really amazing. Yes, Brother E is really amazing. Our Heavenly Dragon Empire has made a big profit by making you a king. Ren Long laughed happily, but soon his face sank. The Netherworld Emperor has been killed. The rest of the matters can be solved easily. I will immediately send people over to completely eradicate the evil forces in the capital of the Netherworld Empire. From now on, there will be no Netherworld Empire. Yes, from now on, there will be no Netherworld Empire. Chapter 450. Ren Long and the spirit race old ancestor were very excited, but Tianyan looked at them and shook his head. Spirit King, what's wrong? They all felt that there was something wrong with Tianyan. The Netherworld Great Emperor was killed, so why was he still frowning as if he was worried about something? Actually, things are far from over. The Netherworld Great Emperor and the Netherworld Empire have been taken care of, but we have provoked a divine nation. Tianyan said solemnly, "Divine nation?" They shouted in horror. They had heard of the divine nation before, but they had never seen it before. They were not in the same area, so they certainly didn't know what was going on. However, Even if they hadn't seen it before, they had heard about the power of the divine nation. Rumor had it that void spirit experts were everywhere, and the environment there was like a paradise for cultivation. The resources there were far more than the area they were in, and only there were amazing divine tools. It was said that the divine tools here were all from the divine nation. Otherwise, how could they forge divine tools with their level? Immediately, Tianyun told them the general situation, and their faces became even more ugly after listening to it. The situation was really not as simple as they thought. This is a serious matter. Let's go back now and report this matter to the entire Heavenly Clouds mansion so that they know what to do next. But only the elders should know about it, and the disciples should not know about it for the time being. Tianyun said solemnly, I agree with the Spirit King on this point. It will make the disciples panic, and it will be bad for their cultivation. The spirit race old ancestor said, Well, let's go up now and tell them that we are safe. Tianyun smiled. He knew that many people were worried about his situation. They all nodded and walked upstairs together. Before leaving, Tianyun also took a look at this place. After everything is over, he will come back here again. His goal was very simple. He simply wanted to absorb the netherworld flames here. That way, the netherworld pearl would be able to become even more powerful. When everyone saw that Tianyun was safe and sound, they immediately cheered excitedly. When they found out that the netherworld great emperor was killed, they cheered even louder, their voices resounding through the clouds. The Heavenly Clouds mansion overthrew the netherworld empire. So how could they not be excited? I knew you would come back safely. Shiweyun smiled. Tianyun smiled as well. He understood everything without saying a word. Things came to an end soon. What was left was to clean up the entire Netherworld Emperor's capital, get rid of some remnants, and suppress some more important cities. This was left to Spirit Sect and the others. It was not difficult. As long as Big Head died, the rest would be much easier. Especially when Tianyun sent the Black Dragon and the Red Dragon to attack the city, nothing was a problem. With the help of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, it wouldn't be difficult for them to destroy the Netherworld Empire. But before that, Tianyun gathered all the elders and retold the story again. The originally excited crowd felt as if a large basin of cold water had been poured over them. It was so cold that their hearts trembled. They were prepared to face a divine nation, which made them feel a little desperate. That's roughly what happened. We don't know how the divine nation force will come down. We don't even know how to get there. Tianyun glanced at the crowd and saw their worried expression and continued to say, but you don't have to worry so much. They would rather use the rise of a force to occupy this place than to come down themselves. It proves that it is not easy to come down here, or there is some kind of agreement. They don't dare to come down here at will. So we don't have to worry about a large-scale attack. What we need to guard against is the arrival of a few experts. We can't resist a divine nation at the moment, but I believe that given enough time, we can even deal with a divine nation. Tianyun said in a sonorous tone, the Netherworld Empire, an empire that was said to be invincible, was defeated by us. So I believe that even if it is a divine nation, we can still resist. As long as they dare to attack us, we will dare to fight back. Tianyun's words made everyone's heart beat faster. Originally, they couldn't even deal with a third-grade force, but now they have overthrown several third-grade forces and even crushed the Divine Nation force. As long as they have enough time, they can really resist a Divine Nation's attack. The Palace Lord is right. We need to be confident. Moreover, as long as the Palace Lord is here, we don't have to worry. Yes, we are not afraid of them. At worst, we will die. I would rather die standing than live kneeling. That's right, our spirit race has been suppressed, and robbed for a long time. We have had enough of it. So what if it is a divine nation? No matter how many people come, I will be the first to fight. We will die anyway. Their emotions were quickly aroused, and they were no longer afraid of the pressure of a divine nation. In any case, it was the same when they faced the Netherworld Empire. If it wasn't for Tianyun who saved them, they would have died a long time ago. So what if they come to a divine nation? At worst, they will die. At least, it is better than being imprisoned in a cage like a beast. One by one, they stood up to support Tianyun's decision. No one opposed it, which is enough to show that his prestige is extremely high. Don't worry, I don't need to worry about the divine nation, Tianyun said. I just want to say that no matter how many people come, I will kill them all. Good. They all cheered and worshipped Tianyun blindly. After making things clear, Tianyun let them continue to clean up the remnants of the Netherworld Empire. If Tianyun came alone, it would take a lot of effort. Everyone quickly dispersed and went about their own business. It didn't matter when the divine nation would attack. At least the Netherworld Empire must be eradicated now. Soon, only Tianyun and Shuiyun were left in the room. They haven't been together for a long time. Aunt, I got into trouble again. Tianyun scratched his head in embarrassment. Don't you know how many troubles you have caused? Shuiyun smiled and couldn't help but reach out to hit him, but she slowly retracted her hand, looking at him with her beautiful eyes, and said, No matter what you do, I will support you. All I can do is wait for you to come back. Chapter 451. When Shuiyun turned around and was about to leave, a big hand gently hugged her waist and pulled her into a warm embrace. Silly aunt, what are you thinking about? How could Tianyun not know what Shuiyun was thinking about? She had thought about this before, but she couldn't help and could only watch from the side. Her mood was imaginable. Although he comforted her a lot, it couldn't make up for the anxiety in her heart. Tianyun, I feel that I can't keep up with your pace. Shuiyun sighed. This. Tianyun didn't know how to answer. Who could keep up with his pace? Even if his cultivation was higher than his at the beginning, he would soon surpass him. This was the benefit of leveling up. There was no bottleneck. After a crazy killing or a wave of alchemy, he could successfully level up. If the time was short, he could level up in a month or even a few days. Who could compare with him? Actually, my thinking is very simple. I just want to help. I just want to see your situation more closely. Shuiyun said softly. When you were fighting down there, we didn't even have the qualification to go down. I felt very sad. If something bad happened to you, I wouldn't even have the qualification to see you for the last time. Her smile was full of bitterness. She knew that she couldn't keep up with Tianyun, but she didn't even have the qualification to get close to him. This was the most sad thing for her. Tianyun held her hand tightly. He could feel the trembling in Shuiyun's heart, which was expressed in her small hand. That's why every time I come back, the first thing I look for is you. Have you forgotten? Tianyun smiled faintly. He knew that he couldn't help Shuiyun improve her cultivation by leaps and bounds. He had given her everything he could, such as alchemy and martial arts. He had given a lot of them to Shuiyun. Shuiyun had already broken through very quickly. It could be said that she was a monster, but the time was still too short for her to successfully break through to a good realm. Shuiyun was startled. Her mind slowly calmed down. Thinking about it carefully, it was indeed so. No matter what he went to do, when he returned, Tianyun would always be the first to see her, just to ensure her safety. There are very few people who can fight side by side with me, but the first person I came back to see is you. Tianyun whispered in her ear. Tianyun. Shiweyun gently leaned on his shoulder. Her mind gradually became empty. She didn't want to say anything. She just wanted to lie quietly for a while. Tianyun leaned back slightly. In fact, there was no place to sit behind him, but he used his spiritual power to make him float, as if he was sitting on a bed. He let Shiweyun lie gently in his arms and enjoy the peace. There wasn't much contact, just a heart-to-heart talk. Tianyun didn't know how much he could comfort Shiweyun, but he knew that Shiweyun definitely wouldn't stop here. She would continue to cultivate and break through. One day, she would stand behind him and help him. Shiweyun wasn't the only one who had this idea. Yue, Jiolingyun, and the others also had the same idea, but they couldn't do it. Therefore, the only thing they could do was to carefully manage the Heavenly Clouds mansion and do what they could to the best of their ability. Tianyun didn't ask them to rush up crazily. It was too difficult. Only the monster among the monsters could catch up with him. After the intimate moment, those who had to leave still had to leave. Shiweyun still had to go to Heavenly Jade's sect. The battle was still going on, and all aspects of the cleanup were still in progress. Tianyun also went to help. Some of the cities that were more difficult to clean up were personally handled by him. Everything went very smoothly. The entire Netherworld continent fell into a bloody massacre. Those who surrendered didn't die, and those who resisted were killed. Those who surrendered didn't become slaves. As long as they weren't very close to the Netherworld Empire or had a position, they would choose to leave. It would be too cruel to kill every single one of them. Most of them just wanted to come here to cultivate. Therefore, after knowing that the Netherworld imperial capital had fallen, many cultivators quickly evacuated. They knew that if they didn't leave, they would be the ones to die. All of a sudden, most of the cultivators in the cities were empty. There weren't many people in the cities, so the cleanup process would be much easier. Finally, after a few weeks of battle, there was only one city left. This city had gathered all the elite generals and ministers of the Netherworld Empire, and they were unwilling to surrender. We will never surrender. If you want to kill us, then kill us. Yes, we will live and die with the Netherworld Empire. We will fight to the last man before we surrender. If you want to fight, then fight. They shouted loudly, not afraid of Tianyun at all. It seems like you still have some hope for the Netherworld Empire. Do you think that there will be a strong expert coming to save you? Tianyun looked at them and said indifferently, the Netherworld Emperor and the Imperial Preceptor are both dead. Do you really think that they are still alive? Tianyun's words made them fall into silence. Although the Netherworld Empire had fallen, they still believed that the Netherworld Emperor was still alive. After all, no one saw the Netherworld Great Emperor die with their own eyes. They felt that he might be hiding somewhere in seclusion. Since you are so stubborn, then all of you will disappear from this world. Tianyun waved his hand and said in a deep voice, all of you, attack. The two dragons rushed towards the Netherworld Empire. Both of them had broken through to the Void Spirit stage when they were slaughtering the city. Now, as long as the enemy wasn't a 5th or 6th layer Void Spirit stage expert, they could easily deal with them. Boom! Along with a loud sound, the massacre began. Tianyun didn't have the slightest bit of mercy in his heart. For a moment, the entire city turned into a sea of fire. Many people began to beg for mercy. We were wrong. We surrender. We surrender. They instigated us to do this. We surrender. Yes, they said that the Netherworld Emperor is still alive. As long as we hold on for a while, we will surrender. It hadn't been long since they started fighting, but their hearts immediately collapsed. It should be said that they had completely collapsed when they saw the two giant dragons, especially that black dragon. wasn't that the black dragon, rumored to have destroyed the Netherworld prison and killed a few generals? When they thought about it, the courage in their hearts instantly collapsed. You only have one chance. If you make the wrong choice, there will be no other choice. Yi Tianyun's eyes were expressionless as he allowed his dragons to slaughter the city. The others also joined the battle and started killing indiscriminately. Perhaps it was a bit bloody, but compared to their madness, Yi Tianyun's actions were nothing. Chapter 452. Under Yi Tianyun's command, everyone rushed forward and continued to kill. For a time, the place was filled with screams and howls. No matter how much they begged for help or mercy, it was useless. No one would be soft-hearted towards them, because they had killed even more people when they were alive, and they had even slaughtered many spirit race beings. Under such circumstances, who would be merciful? Many times, they needed to be responsible for what they did. This time, it didn't take too long to suppress all of them. From now on, the Netherworld Empire would no longer exist in the Netherworld Empire. Ding! You have completed the main mission. Enforce justice on behalf of heaven, destroy the Netherworld Empire, and kill the Netherworld Great Emperor. Reward: 500 million EXP, 5 million crazy point, 500, 000 proficiency, distribute it anywhere, 500, 000 sin point, and get the title Punish the Evil. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for successfully breaking through to 4th level Void Spirit Stage. Successfully accepted main quest. Establish the Heavenly Clouds Empire. Reward: 2 billion EXP, 20 million crazy point, 2 million proficiency, distribute it anywhere, 2 million sin point, and get the title I Am the Great Emperor. Completion requirement: 2/10 Void Spirit Stage experts, 8/50 Core Transformation Stage experts, and build their own Imperial capital. Note: cultivators who meet the requirements must have a favorability level of 200 and above. Pets are excluded. Sure enough, as soon as the main quest was completed, a new main quest appeared in front of Yi Tianyun. The difficulty of this main quest was very high. Wasn't this requirement a bit too high? Even the Heavenly Dragon Empire didn't have that many Void Spirit Stage experts. But now, he needed 10 Core Transformation Stage experts, 50 Core Transformation Stage experts, and 500 Spirit Core experts. This required a lot of resources to slowly nurture. It should be said that it would take a long time to nurture so many forces. Unless he merged the Heavenly Dragon Empire, the difficulty would be reduced a lot. In terms of favorability, he could only slowly nurture it. This was still quite difficult. The key thing was that the pet was not counted. That would be ridiculous. He now has a total of 3 Void Spirit Stage pets, 2 giant dragons, and the first snow wolf. This makes 3 Void Spirit Stage experts. Who would have thought that the Void Spirit Stage experts were not here? This was a huge loss. This could only be put aside for the time being. What was needed was time, and no main quest could be completed immediately. The system simply wanted him to gradually become a powerful force, or else he would never be able to complete the main quest. Without the main quest, it would be difficult. Speaking of which, what is this title? Yi Tianyun checked the title he had obtained, and the detailed information immediately appeared before his eyes. Punishing the Wicked, 500 prestige points. The effect was not bad, and the increase in reputation was not unexpected. However, it was at least better than the title of the Empire's Guardian God, because the Empire's Guardian God increased his defense by 5 times. This sounded pretty good, but it was only effective in the Heavenly Dragon Imperial capital. After leaving, it would no longer be effective. After everything was settled, everyone gathered again and began to report their spoils of war. These were all things that belonged to powerful sects. Of course, they had to calculate it carefully. The Battle Wolf Squad has obtained 30 soul armaments, 50 pills, 10 Earth tier martial arts, and a human tier martial art. The Heavenly Wolf Squad obtained 27 soul tools, 58 medicinal pills, 8 Earth level martial arts, human level martial arts. The Heavenly Wind Squad obtained soul tools. One by one, the representatives reported their spoils of war. In order to move more conveniently, they formed their own teams. After all, the Nether Continent was so vast, it would be a waste of time if they fought together. Each team was led by a core transformation stage expert, so there was no need to worry about a counterattack. Eteonyan listened and nodded. These were good resources. It was impossible for him to obtain all the resources alone, so he had to rely on the spoils of war obtained by everyone to make up for the internal consumption. If he had to rely on himself, wouldn't he die of exhaustion? He had never seen a sect master of any sect handle everything personally. Otherwise, why would they need so many elders and subordinates? Would they just stay in the sect and eat and drink? After all, everyone looked at Eteonyan with a serious expression, waiting for Eteonyan to speak. Now that he had become the Mansion Lord, he was everyone's backbone. Well done, you did a good job. Eteonyan said with a satisfied smile, these spoils of war belong to each of your teams. Make good use of these resources and make yourselves stronger. Thank you, Mansion Lord. They were all very happy, and they certainly hoped that this batch of resources would belong to them. Now that they got permission, they were very happy. The most important thing was that their subordinates fought so hard, and many of them were seriously injured. Giving them rewards was the best way to motivate them. Eteonyan naturally knew this, and he knew that rewards and punishments were the most important thing. By the way, now that we have overthrown the Netherworld Empire, why don't we establish the Heavenly Clouds Empire? With the strength of our Mansion Lord, he is definitely qualified to become a great emperor. This is exactly what I was thinking. Our strength is already very strong, and we can establish an empire force. I suggest that we establish an imperial capital, and we can basically start to build a stronger force. Yes, Mansion Lord is so powerful, there is no problem for him to become a great emperor. One by one, the elders were excited. This was something that they had never thought about before. If they wanted to become an empire force, they needed to be strong. Now, it seemed that there was no problem. Even the Netherworld Empire was overthrown. So why couldn't they become an empire force? This time, everyone's eyes were focused on Eteonyan, and they wanted to hear what Eteonyan had to say. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. I don't know if you have heard of this sentence, Eteonyan said with a faint smile. We have heard of it, but the Netherworld Empire is the second largest empire force, and we overthrew it. There is no doubt that we are qualified to become an empire force. One of the elders said, overall, our foundation is a lot worse than the Netherworld Empire, but we believe that we have the ability to establish an empire. I also agree with this point. With the strength and influence of the Spirit King, it is enough to establish an empire force. Spirit Race Old Ancestor said with a smile. In terms of foundation, it is indeed a little worse, but I don't think that the foundation of the Spirit Sect is worse than the other empires. Everyone's eyes lit up. In fact, the foundation of the Empyrean Pole Sect and the Spirit Sect was not bad. They had many strong cultivators, and they had accumulated a lot of martial arts and divine runes. Chapter 453. One by one, they looked at Eteonyan with fiery eyes. They all wanted to get the clearest answer from him. If he said that he didn't want to establish an empire for the time being, then they would definitely put it aside for the time being. They would listen to Eteonyan's instructions, and they wouldn't refute him. They were just making suggestions, and if there was no other way, they could only choose to give up. They didn't know that Eteonyon was already thinking about this. Now, the establishment of an empire didn't conflict with the main quest at all. The main quest could only be considered completed if he achieved this goal. In reality, establishing an empire didn't require such harsh conditions. 3 very strong forces, coupled with Eteonyon's powerful strength, were enough to establish an empire. Especially Runlong, as the strongest ally, would definitely help them in the future. It was completely the right time and place. Establishing the Heavenly Clouds empire wasn't a problem. The only thing it needed was time. Establishing an empire required the establishment of an imperial capital, followed by the establishment of other cities around the continent, forming a large-scale force plate. This required a lot of cultivators to achieve this step, otherwise there would be no manpower to manage it at all. Now, that Heavenly Clouds mansion had a lot of manpower. They could still manage many cities. As long as there was a core elder in charge, there wouldn't be any problem. As for other cultivators, as long as the city was prosperous enough and not dangerous enough, there would still be a lot of cultivators moving over. Then, from these cultivators, some would be selected to join the Heavenly Clouds Empire to strengthen their own forces. Everything had to be built bit by bit, and it took an amazing amount of time. It was like building a house. It had to be built 1 brick at a time, and it couldn't be built in a day. Eteonyon smiled and said, "That's not a problem. Let's choose the location of the Nether Continent. From now on, it will no longer be called Nether Continent, but Heavenly Cloud Continent." Eteonyon was also very excited. It was quite exciting to be able to reach this step and establish his own empire. Previously, Heavenly Jade Sect and Heaven's Top Mansion didn't belong to him in theory. Now, Heavenly Cloud's empire was the real force that belonged to him. Many elders showed surprise in their eyes, and one by one, they stood up and shouted heroically, "Yes, we have the same idea. We will rename this Netherworld continent to Heavenly Clouds Continent. We believe that under the leadership of Mansion Master, no, under the leadership of Heavenly Clouds' Great Emperor, we will definitely reach the most glorious moment." Ha! How can the spirit race's spirit king be bad? The spirit race's old ancestor laughed loudly. For a time, in this hall, everyone was excited, and they were ready to create an empire. Previously, no one dared to think about it, but now they were preparing to create it. How could they not be excited? At that time, an entire continent would be under their control. Just thinking about it made him excited. Most of them think that Eteonyon should go higher and get the glory that belongs to Eteonyon. Eteonyon shook his old ancestor, said, "Yi, S1, 121, and 1211. Yin 1112111. Eteonyon shook his head with a smile and said, "I don't know much about this. I will leave everything to you. I don't know how to manage these things." He really didn't know much about this. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. If he was asked to arrange everything, his head would definitely explode. "Just leave this to us. We can't fight in the front with Mansion Master, but we can arrange everything in the back and manage everything properly." Yue, Yi Qingxian, and the others stood up. One by one, the women stood up. They are also good at managing their forces. When Eteonyon asked them to come back, it was because of this that Eteonyon looked for them. "And us, we are not good at fighting, but we can still protect the sect." Yang Yu and the others stood up one after another. For example, Su Fei and the others stood up. They were all very grateful to Eteonyon for his help. Of course, they would do their best to help. "Thank you all. Let me be a Mansion Master who doesn't have to do anything." Eteonyon was very happy. Even if he wasn't here, they could manage everything properly. "No, Mansion Master has worked hard. It's all thanks to you that we can come this far and live here peacefully." They all shook their heads. They all agreed that Eteonyon had it even harder. He had to fight against countless experts. They knew that this was the most terrifying thing, especially when they faced the Netherworld Great Emperor. They felt that death was so close, but Eteonyon left without hesitation. This was what they admired the most. They felt that Eteonyon was qualified to lead them. Only he could make them work for him loyally. Eteonyon smiled. He didn't say anything. There was no need to say anything else. It was enough for them to understand each other's hearts. Soon, they were busy preparing to build the imperial capital. There were more things to do, but they didn't feel tired at all. Instead, they felt excited. They wanted to bring glory to Eteonyon. Brother E, the people you raised are very good. They are all loyal and devoted. Rinlong envied Eteonyon. It's okay. They are willing to believe in me. Eteonyon smiled. No matter what, the Heavenly Dragon Empire will need your help in the future. Rinlong looked around, and when he saw that there was no one around, he whispered, I feel that you can also take over the Heavenly Dragon Empire. This, if your father comes back, won't he skin you alive? Eteonyon was speechless. Prime Minister Long is a traitor. If it weren't for you, Heavenly Dragon Empire would have already been destroyed. Rinlong snorted coldly. He felt very unhappy. Let's talk about this later. Eteonyon didn't want to get involved in these things for the time being. There were too many things to manage. That's fine. I think my little sister will also be happy to help. Think about it. Rinlong patted Eteonyon's shoulder and smiled. I have nothing to do here. I will take my leave now. Eteonyon was going to leave Heavenly Dragon Empire. He still had a lot of things to do. Thank you, Brother Run. After Eteonyon said goodbye to Rinlong, his eyes flashed. He thought about the situation in the secret room. For him, it was a good place to gain experience. He couldn't waste it. Chapter 454. Eteonyon quickly went to the passage full of netherworld fire. There were many guards here, and when they saw him coming, they quickly nodded. Although the netherworld imperial capital was cleaned up, many buildings here were still preserved. With a little repair, they can be used. Although this place will not be used as the imperial capital, it is still good to use it as a city. Therefore, guards were sent here to protect it, so as not to be destroyed by other rogue cultivators. Some rogue cultivators, in order to look for things, will destroy everywhere to see what they can find. So as long as they can protect some buildings, they can quickly complete the establishment of a city. As for the imperial capital, this location is chosen by the spirit race old ancestor. With his level of divine rune grandmaster, choosing the imperial capital will not be a problem. Immediately, Eteonyon went down. The situation below has not changed. It is still the same. But the netherworld fire is more than before, piled up in this secret room. Everywhere is filled with netherworld fire. GGG. At this time, the little phoenix in the pet bar rushed out, completely out of his control, and flew outside. Then it began to eat the netherworld fire. After eating, it showed an intoxicated expression. It seems that it likes eating the netherworld fire very much. You little phoenix, you ran out without permission. Eteonyon smiled and shook his head. In a sense, the little phoenix is not his own pet. If he uses his capture skill, it can become his pet, but he did not do so. It is precisely because of this that the little phoenix cannot get experience to quickly level up. However, the little phoenix ran out at this time. To a large extent, when there is no one around, it dared to run out of the pet bar to eat the netherworld fire. The little phoenix ignored Eteonyon and kept eating the netherworld fire as if it has not eaten for a long time. This can't be blamed on Eteonyon for not giving it anything to eat. Eteonyon often gave it medicinal pills to eat. Otherwise, the little phoenix's cultivation would not have broken through to the spirit refinement realm. This breakthrough speed is still very fast. His appearance had also grown bigger, and he was much stronger than before. Obviously, it meant something it likes very much, so it rushed out to eat. Then you can slowly eat on the side. I'll clean up this place first. Tianyan took out the netherworld pearl and quickly absorbed the surrounding netherworld fire into the netherworld pearl, leaving only a small area for the little phoenix to eat. GGG. The little phoenix raised its head and looked over, seemingly very dissatisfied with what Tianyan had done. Although it couldn't eat so much for the time being, it still felt very dissatisfied when it saw Tianyan taking away so much at once. Yo, you're getting arrogant. I'm just collecting them. When you want to eat them, just tell me. I can take them out for you to eat. Tianyan didn't expect this little phoenix to have such a temper after growing up. When little phoenix heard Tianyan's words, he became well-behaved and continued to eat the netherworld's fire, ignoring him. Tianyan let it eat on the side, while he went to the deep pit in the center. The netherworld flames were continuously emitted from here. After cleaning up the netherworld's fire outside, the netherworld's fire that was emitted from here quickly filled up this place. This secret room was equivalent to a storage room. After filling up the netherworld's fire, through the netherworld array, it could be used for cultivation. The effect was similar to the netherworld pearl, but it wasn't as convenient as the netherworld pearl. This is really strange. How can there be a continuous flow of netherworld's fire? Tianyan felt very curious, but he didn't care about it. He took out the netherworld pearl and began to crazily absorb the netherworld's fire in this big hole. But just the netherworld pearl alone couldn't quickly absorb all the netherworld's fire, so he used the devouring heaven divine technique and began to absorb the netherworld's fire. After absorbing it, it didn't turn into experience, but the netherworld's fire's experience. This was similar to the inextinguishable flame, constantly increasing the netherworld's fire's experience and increasing the netherworld's fire's grade. It was just that his netherworld's fire was currently at the middle grade earth grade, so he needed to absorb a lot of netherworld's fire to be able to level up. Anyway, he had a lot of time, and there weren't any enemies to talk about, so he could absorb the netherworld's fire to his heart's content. As time passed, he didn't know how much he had absorbed. Whether it was himself or the netherworld pearl, they both absorbed a lot of netherworld's fire. "Daddy, I'm hungry." At this time, a tender voice came from behind, causing Tianyan to hurriedly turn his head. He was shocked. The person who appeared in front of him was actually a little girl around 8 or 9 years old. She wasn't wearing anything, which gave him a shock. "What's going on?" "What, Daddy?" Tianyan sized her up. Previously, he had been focused on absorbing the netherworld's fire, and he didn't even know that someone was approaching him. He was really careless. "Daddy, I'm hungry." The little girl stretched out her hand and shook his shoulder, pouting her pink lips in dissatisfaction. "What? Daddy, you're that little phoenix." Tianyan was stunned. Wasn't the little phoenix just growing bigger? How did it turn into a girl? "Daddy, don't tell me you don't recognize me?" The little girl looked at him with dissatisfaction, opened her mouth, and said, "I'm hungry. I want to eat this." She pointed at the netherworld's fire, wanting to eat this. "You really are that little phoenix." When he carefully observed, he found that there were some phoenix feathers on this little girl's body, especially on her arms. There really were phoenix feathers. If it wasn't for this, he would really think that she was a lost girl who ran down from above. However, there were many guards up there, so how could a little girl run down? Immediately, he took out a set of clothes. Originally, he was going to wear it himself, but after cutting it a little, he let the little phoenix wear it. It just didn't look very fitting, but at least she wasn't naked anymore. "Daddy, this thing is not very comfortable. I don't want to wear this." The little phoenix frowned and said, unhappily, just wear it, or else I won't give you the netherworld's fire to eat. Eteonyun threatened. I want to eat, I want to eat. The little phoenix hurriedly shouted. All right, here you go. Eteonyun took out a ball of netherworld's fire and placed it to the side, forming a small area where the netherworld's fire would not hurt her. After the little phoenix saw it, her clear eyes lit up, opened her mouth, and sucked the netherworld's fire into her body, as if she was eating something, swallowing it mouthful by mouthful. After swallowing, her face was full of happiness, as if she had eaten something delicious. After having the netherworld's fire, she no longer cared about Eteonyun's situation and continued to eat. Chapter 455. After a while, the little phoenix ate the netherworld fire and said to Eteonyun, Daddy, I want to eat more. That's fast. Eteonyun was surprised. He gave a lot of food. He didn't eat so fast before, but now he ate it all in a short time. He didn't even have time to think about it. He already ate it all. Immediately, he pointed to the big hole and said, Then let's eat the flames here together. You can eat as much as you can. Don't overdo it, understand? Yes, Daddy. Little Phoenix looked at the netherworld fire that was continuously coming out from this big hole, and its eyes lit up. It opened its mouth and sucked the netherworld fire up. Then it used its little hands to grab it and ate it mouthful by mouthful as if it was eating a fruit. Worthy of the Phoenix clan, her resistance to fire is quite strong, and she can also grow by swallowing the flames. She has now rushed from the spirit refinement realm to the core condensation realm. This growth speed is too amazing, even more amazing than his cultivation speed. But thanks to the netherworld fire, she can break through so fast. If he can turn this into experience, and his cultivation is also relatively low, he can also level up very fast. The netherworld fire here is not low grade. Absorbing it is equivalent to a lot of experience. How can it not level up quickly? The same is true for the little phoenix. It is using this point to break through quickly. Seeing that the little phoenix is not in any big trouble, Eteonyun also swallowed the netherworld fire next to her. The netherworld fire in this big hole seems to be endless, so he can absorb it freely. Both of them began to crazily swallow the netherworld fire with their greatest strength. The speed is getting faster and faster. And finally, the netherworld fire that emerged is not as fast as the two of them. Then even the flame began to disappear. It can only slowly rush up here. According to this situation, the speed of swallowing has slowed down a lot, which is a bit of a waste of time. Now, there is nothing to do, but it does not mean that they can sit here and wait for the netherworld fire to slowly absorb it. Daddy, the flame is gone. The little phoenix's breakthrough speed has dropped significantly, but she still feels very hungry, unable to fill her stomach. Okay, then let's go down directly. Eteonyun immediately decided to fly down with little phoenix. Descending to absorb was the best way, and at the same time, to see what was going on below, very quickly, he carried the little phoenix and jumped into the big hole. After sliding down for a distance, he then saw the netherworld fire. They immediately began to devour, one faster than the other. It was as if they had encountered sweet dew after a long time, greedily absorbing it. However, it was quickly swallowed up again. They continued to descend. Anyway, flying was prohibited here, so he was not worried that they would not be able to come up. As they quickly moved downwards, they absorbed even more netherworld flames. When they fell down, they quickly entered an empty space. After they landed, Eteonyun was shocked by the scene in front of him, but his first action was to grab little Phoenix's head and press it into his arms. Don't look without my order. Don't look over. Understand. His tone was very strict, and the originally mischievous little Phoenix really calmed down, burying her little head in his arms, and did not turn her head to look. Eteonyun flew in the air. The netherworld pearl in his hand constantly devoured the surrounding netherworld fire, but his heart was now completely cold, without the slightest bit of excitement, because in front of him was a large pile of bones. Endless bones. It was unknown how many bones were piled up here. It was simply like a mountain piled up here. The netherworld fire came from here, and then constantly surged up, providing them with more netherworld fire. Now he knew where the netherworld fire came from. It was born from countless corpses. The netherworld fire's source appeared in cold places, and when the corpses were burned, it was easier for the netherworld fire to appear. This was just like a wronged spirit floating out from the corpses. The mountain of bones here was undoubtedly the netherworld emperor's. He ordered people to catch a bunch of cultivators and then throw them into this big hole, turning them into fuel for the netherworld fire, turning them into the flames for their cultivation. Thinking of the netherworld prison, it seemed like everything was clear. The two formed a complementary effect, constantly capturing people. Those who resisted would be thrown in here, turning them into the netherworld fire's nutrients. This was really ruthless. As expected, an empire must be built on a pile of corpses. Other than a pile of bones, there was nothing else, and the only thing left was the netherworld fire. Because there were no fresh corpses added, the netherworld fire's production speed became slower, which was the reason why their absorption speed far exceeded their release speed. Now it seemed like the netherworld fire was almost gone. Only a small part was left. Rest in peace. Everyone. Tianyan took a deep breath, and a shadow appeared behind him. It was him. The huge shadow waved his palm, and a huge palm print covered the wall. With a hum sound, the hard wall collapsed, covering the pair of corpses. He did not care how many treasures were buried here. After he finished absorbing the netherworld fire, he planned to destroy this place, cover it with the soil, and make it their grave, so that they could rest in peace here. Originally, he did not want to absorb the netherworld fire, but after seeing the truth, he no longer had any interest in absorbing it. Just that if he did not absorb it, it would be very difficult to extinguish the netherworld fire, and it would continue to burn. This was not the result he wanted to see. Boom, boom, boom. Palm after palm bombarded the hard wall. Although it was very hard, under his violent power, it still collapsed. Very quickly, the surrounding stone walls collapsed, burying the corpses. Tianyan quickly flew out and continued to attack the tunnel, causing it to collapse. After flying out, he fiercely slammed down, completely collapsing the place. After flying out, he continued to destroy the secret room. He did not plan to stay. When they returned to the surface, many guards looked over in shock. The ground had been shaking crazily since the beginning, and they had no idea what was going on. The key point was, why did their palace lord bring a little girl up here? Tianyun did not answer them. He took out a stone tablet from the side and carved a line of words on it. Tomb of the Innocent. There was also a small line of words on the side. Netherworld Empire has been destroyed. Please rest in peace. Tianyun, respectfully. Chapter 456. When the system's voice rang out, a ray of light was released from where the stone tablet stood and shot up into the sky. However, this light was quite gentle and not very dazzling. It looked like it was ascending to the sky, but there was no soul to be seen. It was just a ray of light that shot up into the sky, like a rainbow. It was as if she was thanking him, but also bidding him farewell. The surrounding guards looked up at the sky and were very surprised by this scene. It looked like some kind of treasure had appeared. In fact, there was no treasure to be seen. They only saw a ray of light being released from a tombstone. It looked very strange. After a while, the light completely disappeared and everything returned to normal. There was no change from before. Seeing this miraculous light disappear, Tianyan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that his unintentional action would earn him a special title, Soul Ferryman. Soul Ferryman, title obtained by ferrying vengeful spirits, can expel all evil things. No, evil things can easily get close to the body and can also be ferried. Also, can see vengeful spirits that ordinary people can't see. Ding! Because you have successfully ferried many vengeful spirits, you have received an additional special reward. Soul guidance. It can guide you to any place, can be used for any mission or any treasure map. Soul guidance. Isn't this the same as finding the way? Etianyan was stunned. He had dropped a lot of treasure maps of the netherworld. Just by looking at the treasure maps, he wouldn't know where it was at all. He could only find it by exploring step by step. This was like the Coiling Dragon treasure map. If he hadn't found the place of the Coiling Dragon, he really wouldn't know how to get there. Now that he had this soul guidance, it was different. It could guide him at will, but it was limited and could only be used once. However, he didn't ask for anything extra. It was already quite a pleasant surprise. If that's the case, I can. Etianyan looked down at the little phoenix who was holding his hand. He can help complete the side quest and get the support of the little phoenix, which will undoubtedly make his empire more stable. Before, he didn't know where the phoenix nest was, but with this soul guidance, it was different. He could easily find the phoenix nest. Daddy, what was that light just now? It looked so beautiful. Little Phoenix withdrew his gaze and smiled sweetly. That's the light of release. Etianyan sighed as he felt that it was the right choice to eradicate the Netherworld Empire. He felt that it was the right choice to eradicate the Netherworld Empire. If the Netherworld Empire was allowed to continue to develop, there would be more and more corpses in this pit. Just thinking about it was terrifying. The degree of their ruthlessness was not something that ordinary people could imagine. Daddy, when the surrounding guards heard this form of address, they were all stunned. Their prefecture lord was already their father. They had never heard of this before. This was a big deal. Etianyan ignored their gazes and flew towards the heavenly cloud shrine with little Phoenix. The matter here had been settled. It was time to go back and see the situation. Soon, Etianyan returned to the heavenly cloud shrine with little Phoenix. As soon as he returned, a guard greeted him and said, "Prefecture Lord, the spirit race's old ancestor told me that if you return, please go and see him. He has something to discuss with you." Understood. Etianyan nodded his head and walked inside with little Phoenix. Along the way, Etianyan held little Phoenix's hand and walked inside. The surrounding guards looked at each other and wondered why the prefecture lord brought back a child. In the past, he would occasionally bring back some people, but this time he brought back a child. "Daddy, where is this place? It looks so beautiful." Little Phoenix looked around curiously. She was very curious about this unknown world. Little Phoenix had been staying in the pet pen before, so she didn't know the situation outside. "This is my residence. You can also live here in the future." Etianyan smiled and said. Not long after he walked inside, he happened to meet Yue and the others. When they saw Etianyan coming over with a child, their beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. "Prefecture Lord, why did you bring back a little girl? She looks so cute, let me hug her." Yue came over to hug him, but little Phoenix hid behind Etianyan, stared at her, and said, "Don't come over, I won't let you hug me. Just let me hug you. I'll take you to eat delicious food." Yue began to tempt. No, I only want to be with Daddy." Little Phoenix completely rejected the outside world. "Daddy, he's your daddy?" Yue pointed at Etianyan and said in amazement, "Yes, he's my daddy." Little Phoenix tightly pulled Etianyan's arm. "Prefecture Lord, I always thought you were alone. I didn't expect you to have a child outside." Yue was shocked and took a few steps back, shocked by the news. "Ahem, don't talk nonsense. It's a long story." Etianyan felt helpless. This title was indeed very misleading. At this time, Sure Shuyan walked out, and when she saw little Phoenix, she also asked curiously, Tianyan, where did you kidnap such a cute little girl this time? Usually, I thought you brought back some cultivators, but this time you didn't even let go of a little girl? Sure Shuyan looked at him strangely. When little Phoenix saw Sure Shuyan, his eyes lit up, and he actually rushed over and shouted, Mother! What? Everyone who passed by was stunned. Didn't they say that palace lords couldn't have Taoist partners? This was not the key point. It seemed that this child was with Tianyun, and if they looked carefully, it really seemed that there was some resemblance to Sure Shuiyun. You child, what nonsense are you talking about? Sure, Shuiyun's pretty face blushed, frightened by this title. This is the smell of mother. I smelled it on Daddy. Little Phoenix smiled brightly and said, I'm sure I'm not mistaken. Tianyun was very embarrassed. He still had Sure Shuiyun's smell on him. He didn't expect little Phoenix to judge that it was his mother. Wasn't this memory a bit messed up? All of a sudden, the place exploded, and many people were dumbfounded. This was big news, and many people couldn't accept it for a while. They knew that Tianyun and Sure Shuiyun had a good relationship. It was not a big deal if they were really together. After all, they didn't have any blood relationship. It was not a big deal to become Taoist partners. But suddenly a child came out. This was really a bit too sudden. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Chapter 457. All of them were shocked by little Phoenix's words and didn't know what to say. Could it be that Tianyun and Sure Shuiyun were having an affair in private? But this was not right. They were in love with each other, so there was no need to worry. Could it be the identity of the palace lord? This was a dead rule that could be removed at any time. There was nothing that couldn't be changed. It was said that the palace lord didn't have a Tao companion. This was the result of the original palace lord's resentment towards the old ancestor. So he announced this rule. People were alive, but rules were dead. It was not a problem to change it at will. But now there was such a change. It was really surprising. They didn't know what to say. Seeing this scene, they were a little embarrassed. Could it be that they wanted them to recognize each other? This is really a misunderstanding. Tianyun smiled bitterly. Tianyun, what is going on? You have to explain. Sure Shuiyun didn't know what to say. Suddenly being hugged and called mother, anyone would feel shocked. This is a long story. Before things get out of hand, I'll tell you first. Tianyun brought them to one of the conference rooms and then told them the general situation and confessed the identity of little Phoenix. There was nothing he couldn't confess. Everyone present was his acquaintance, so they would never betray him. After knowing the real situation, their expressions were even more colorful. They didn't expect this little girl to be a phoenix. Tianyun slightly opened her clothes, revealing a little phoenix feather. He looked up at everyone innocently and said, See, when I found this little phoenix, it was still very small. Who knew that after eating too much netherworld fire, it became like this, and even called me father. So it was like this. They suddenly understood, but their hearts were still very shocked. They didn't expect a living phoenix to appear in front of them, and even turned into a human. You can call me father in the future, but don't call her mother, okay? Tianyun taught Yen, he didn't know the name of little Phoenix, but he knew that when Fire Phoenix entrusted little Phoenix to him, she called her Yen, No, the one who refuted was not Yen, but Sure Shuiyun. She grabbed Yen, and glared at him. She can call me whatever she wants. There's no need to correct her. She looks cute, so I'll take her as my goddaughter. What's wrong with that? This. Tianyun smiled bitterly. He was not afraid of being misunderstood. If they mistakenly thought that she was their daughter, it would be troublesome. He thought for a moment, then nodded and said, Well, this needs to be explained. Don't expose Yen Er's identity. Just say that I brought her back from the outside, and I've accepted her as my goddaughter. Only then did Shiwayun nod in satisfaction, her expression full of joy. Wei and the others all looked at him enviously. After understanding the situation, they heaved a sigh of relief. At least it wasn't that sudden. After they left, Tianyan whispered in Shuyun's ear, "If you want to give birth to one, we'll give birth to one after some time. Okay." As soon as these words came out, Shuyun's ears turned red. She didn't expect Tianyan to say such bold words. She couldn't help but push him. "What nonsense are you talking about? I'll take Yen to play first." After saying that, she walked out with Yen. Godmother will take you to eat delicious food, okay?" Okay. Yen immediately followed, without the slightest feeling of rejection. Tianyan touched his nose and looked at the back of the two girls. He smiled and said, "You belong to me." Shiwayun had long been deeply rooted in his heart, and no one could replace her. After everything was over, he must make Shiwayun his Tao companion. He had this idea for a long time, and it hadn't changed until now. They weren't related by blood at all, and they got along so well with each other. The burning passion in his heart was about to explode. If it weren't for the fact that he had so many things to do, he would have been with Shiwayun a long time ago. He was now waiting for the establishment of the Heavenly Clouds Empire to be completed, and then he would officially announce Shiwayun as the Divine Lady to manage the Heavenly Clouds Empire with him. Immediately, he went to look for the Spirit Race Old Ancestor alone, and he found that the Spirit Race Old Ancestor was looking at something on the map. When he saw Tianyan, he smiled and said, "Spirit King, you are here. I have selected a few places for the imperial capital. You can come and have a look." Tianyan walked over and looked at the map for a while. He quickly locked on to one of the places and said, "Let's do it here. It's located in the center. I also think this is a good place. At present, it seems that this is the best place. There is a spiritual vein underground, and it can be used to build the Imperial Defense Great Array." The Spirit Race Old Ancestor nodded. He already had a goal in mind, but he knew that Tianyan was the one who decided the location of the Imperial capital, so he had to wait for him to come back. "Then let's choose this place. I don't know much about this, so I'll leave it to the Old Ancestor." Tianyan glanced at it casually, and his eyes suddenly focused on one of the places on the map. He pointed at the map and said, "Is this the Netherworld Passage?" "Yes, this is the Netherworld Passage, a dangerous place in the Netherworld continent. It's similar to the Coiling Dragon Cave in the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Spirit King, do you want to build the Imperial capital near this place?" "I can't do that. The surrounding environment is quite dangerous, and it's quite dangerous to build the Imperial capital here." "No, I just remembered something," Tianyan said. What he recalled was the two treasures that Prime Minister Long and Ming Chun had dropped, which made him lock onto this place. Netherworld Passage Map. Detailed information about the Netherworld Passage. Dangerous areas are marked. Recommended for Void Spirit Stage and above. Netherworld Treasure Map. Treasure map of the Netherworld. Only those who pass through the Netherworld Passage can use the Netherworld Passage. Recommended for Void Spirit Stage and above. Tianyan had checked these two items before, but there was very little useful information. He didn't even know where the Netherworld Passage was, so how could he use it? "So there is a Netherworld Passage here. Does it lead to the Netherworld? Does this Netherworld Passage really lead to the Netherworld?" Tianyan asked. "Rumor has it that some people went to explore it, but no one ever came back. It's much more dangerous than the Coiling Dragon Cave." The Spirit Race Old Ancestor said, "Spirit King, do you want to go there?" "Yes, I do." Tianyan's eyes flashed. He was more or less tempted by the Coiling Dragon treasure map. The things he obtained from the Coiling Dragon treasure map were good. Now that he urgently needed to become stronger, it would certainly be of great help to him. Spirit King, I know that your cultivation is very strong now, but you have to be careful when going to these dangerous places. The backbone of our empire is you. If something bad happens to you, our empire will collapse. The Spirit Race Old Ancestor reminded. Chapter 458. The Spirit Race Old Ancestor did not try to persuade Etienne. He just smiled and said, "No matter what the Spirit King chooses, we will support you. We will take care of everything here. You can be at ease as the Spirit King." Etienne smiled. He needed this feeling, but Renlong could not do it. There were many talented people in the Heavenly Dragon Empire, but they were not as united as Etienne. Especially since he had been away for a few years, he had to stay in the Heavenly Dragon Empire. After choosing the area, Etienne basically has nothing to do, so he took advantage of the free time. Etienne came to the cultivation room and immediately opened the super enhanced lottery roulette. He won't waste the chance to draw the super enhanced lottery roulette. "Open for me." Etienne used this chance, and soon the lottery roulette began to spin rapidly. At the same time, he activated his luck aura, and his luck aura exploded all of a sudden. Etienne upgraded his luck aura once before, so his luck aura became even more amazing. With such a high luck points, he did not believe that he could not get a godly skill. He had not gotten a godly skill in this version, so he must try his best to see if he could get a godly skill. He had obtained a lot of godly skills, but who would complain about having too many godly skills? The more godly skills, the better. He would get as many as he could get. After using the lottery roulette, the enemy would definitely be killed. It must be a godly skill. It must be a godly skill, Etienne prayed in his heart. His luck points were so high, and he had such a powerful lucky halo. How could he not get a godly skill? Soon, the lottery roulette slowed down. In the end, the needle stopped at the special category, not the godly skill. "I still can't get a godly skill." Etienne could not help but feel a little disappointed. It seemed that the godly skill was too difficult to get. Even if he had a good luck points, he would not be able to get a godly skill easily. As for how the enhanced lottery roulette worked, he wasn't too sure, but one thing was for sure. The higher the difficulty of the roulette, the lower the chances of getting a rare item. However, it was already quite good to be able to draw the second category of rare items. I wonder what it could be. Etienne was still a little excited. After all, these were the second rarest items. So far, he hadn't gotten anything bad, so he was still looking forward to it. Gulp! A small box fell into his inventory, and he excitedly opened it. Soon, a treasure appeared in front of him. Congratulations to player Etienne for successfully obtaining the rare item, Phantom Cloak. Phantom Cloak, immune to all attacks within the Spirit King stage for 10 seconds. Cool down, 2 hours. Good stuff. Etienne couldn't help but shout. This effect was the same as the Shadow Cloak from before, maybe even longer. The most important thing was that the resistance was greatly increased. The Shadow Cloak could only resist attacks within the core transformation stage, so this was undoubtedly a life-saving item. Sure enough, this kind of enhanced roulette is very good, even if it's a consumable item. If it's given to him for the lottery, it doesn't matter, but if he bought it for the lottery, it's not worth it if he gets a consumable item. 2 million crazy points. It's not that easy to earn. With this treasure, it means that he will be safer, and he won't have any problem breaking into those dangerous places. This time, entering the Netherworld passage will undoubtedly be safer. Etienne nodded and walked out of the cultivation room. Soon, he found Shi Shuiyun. She was eating spirit fruits with Yen didn't refuse anything and ate quite happily. Seeing the situation of the two, Tianyun smiled. They really looked like mother and daughter. But when he saw Yen, his heart moved. Should I send Yen, back to the phoenix nest first? First of all, this is a task. If completed, in addition to the good reward, he can also get the help of the phoenix. Thinking about it, it's better to do this first and put the netherworld passage aside. After thinking about it, Tianyun came to them and said, "Aunt, I plan to send her back to the phoenix nest first. Her mother entrusted me to send her back to the phoenix nest." "Are you going to send her back?" Shi Shuiyun felt a little reluctant. She just accompanied her for a little while, and she still felt very reluctant to send her back. "Yes, I have to complete the task given by others." Tianyun made a vow before, so he still has to complete it. Even if it's not for the task, he still has to send Yen back to the phoenix nest. That is the best place for her to live. The outside world is not her real home. "All right then," Shi Shuiyun sighed, and immediately asked, "Do you know where the phoenix nest is?" "There shouldn't be a problem. I will come back soon." Tianyun has the guidance of the soul, so he believes that finding the phoenix nest will not be a big problem. Without the guidance of the soul, he really has to think about the situation, whether or not he should send her back first. Now that he has the guidance of the soul, it's different. This way he can quickly finish the task. Not only can he complete the task, but he can also complete the task. "Daddy, where are we going?" Yen kept stuffing spirit fruits into her mouth, unable to stop. "Home." Tianyun looked at her and couldn't help but smile. She is simply a foodie. "Home." Yen's clear eyes flashed a strange light, as if she was thinking of something, but she couldn't think of what it was. Every mythological beast will be injected with a certain amount of memory by their parents, and when they reach a certain age, it will officially open. So this word is quite touching in her heart, but she can't think of anything for a while. After dealing with some matters, Tianyun did not delay and immediately flew out with Yen. He doesn't know when Ming Chen's forces will attack, but what he needs to do now is to quickly complete the task and improve his own forces. However, before leaving, he left 2 dragons behind and did not leave any pets behind in order to protect the safety of this place. He is not here, but a bunch of pets are here. Resisting some strong enemies is not a problem. After flying with Yen, he immediately used the guidance of the soul and at the same time said, "Help me find the phoenix nest." With a buzzing sound, a ray of light enveloped him, and he immediately felt a pulling force that continuously pulled him forward. He immediately followed this feeling and flew forward. After flying for a long time, he saw a gloomy passageway surrounded by a pitch-black forest. It looked eerie and terrifying. From here, it can't be. Chapter 459. Just as he was about to say that if he missed this opportunity, he would send Yen back to the phoenix's nest and come back to investigate, he didn't expect that the way to the phoenix's nest was actually this netherworld passageway. This was strange. Could it be that the phoenix's nest was in the innermost depths? Tianyun took out the netherworld passageway map. The general situation of the netherworld passageway was marked on the map. Although some were not recorded, most of it was on this side. If one looked closely, it was a straight line leading inside without any bends. Was this really easy to walk on? If one really thought that way, they would definitely die a terrible death. Because on this netherworld passageway map, there were several rather dangerous places that were specially marked in red, indicating that this place was very dangerous. But that was all. Other than that, there were no other details. It was very fake. It seemed useless, but it was still somewhat useful. At least one knew where the danger was and how to act. In general, There was only one path. However, one could use one's own ability to reasonably avoid it and reduce the degree of danger to the minimum. I didn't expect to come here in the end. It's completely along the way. Tianyun looked around. It was pitch black all around, as if ink had been splashed. The entire area was dyed black, including the ground. Indistinctly, a wave of black gas emerged from the ground and gradually seeped over. However, just as it approached Tianyun, it was dispersed. It had no effect on him at all. Tianyun knew that it wasn't because his aura was too strong, but because he had the title of Soul Ferryman, which prevented these evil beings from invading him. Yen who was beside him, was different. The black gas gradually seeped in and drilled into her body. However, with a wave of her hand, a wave of phoenix fire emerged from her body and dispelled the black gas. "Daddy, what is this place? It looks very uncomfortable." Yen didn't feel afraid. She only felt that the invasion of the black gas made her very uncomfortable. "It's fine. It will pass soon." Tianyun thought for a moment and said, "Yen, don't resist later. I will try." Yen didn't quite understand what Tianyun was talking about. Tianyun didn't answer. He just wanted to keep Yen in the pet space, which would undoubtedly be safer. However, when he tried to do so, he instantly sucked Yen in without any difficulty. "It's really done." Tianyun's eyes lit up. Previously, he had thought that it wouldn't work, but he didn't expect that he could still absorb it. It seemed like he had to try more sometimes. When he took Yen back, everything became much simpler. Yen-er's cultivation was too low, so it wasn't suitable for her to stay in this place. If there was any danger, he wouldn't be able to take good care of it. So it would be best if he could keep it in the pet space. The pet bar was equivalent to a space. When Yenna was kept in it, it wasn't that she couldn't move. She was just staying in a special space. Because Yen was alone inside, it was a bit boring. "Yen, you stay inside. Don't run out, understand?" Tianyun comforted. "Wait until we leave this place. I will call you out." "Got it, father." Yen didn't make a fuss. She felt very uncomfortable coming out, so she didn't go out. However, Tianyun used the Netherworld Pearl to give her a lot of Netherworld fire and let her eat it slowly. This way, it wouldn't be too boring. Sure enough, when she obtained a lot of Netherworld fire, Yen-er's frowning eyebrows suddenly relaxed, and she wholeheartedly focused on eating. Tianyun nodded in satisfaction. Yen-er's appetite was really big. It seemed that she couldn't fill it no matter what. He didn't know if all phoenixes were like this. After solving this matter, he looked at the situation in front of him again. After looking at it for a while, he lifted his feet and walked inside. Just as he walked in, the surrounding black gas invaded in this direction, but it was expelled outside. There was no problem at all. As long as it was an evil being, it could be expelled, saving him a lot of trouble. This netherworld passageway looks really gloomy and cold. I wonder what the situation will be like when it leads to the netherworld. Tianyun had never been to the netherworld. It was very likely that Ming Chun came from the netherworld. At that time, it was possible that he would meet Ming Chen's Divine Nation forces. Before coming, he had a little understanding of the situation here. The netherworld passageway was a big danger zone. It was even more dangerous than the Coiling Dragon Cave. It could be seen from the surrounding situation. There was not a single cultivator in the surroundings. Who would dare to come here? There was only one purpose for coming here, and that was to go to the netherworld. As for whether or not they successfully reached the netherworld, no one knew. However, one thing was very clear. Basically, there was no return. It was possible that they were very comfortable in the netherworld and did not choose to come back. It was also possible that they died in the netherworld. These were all possibilities. Rumor had it that the entire area was divided into 3 realms: Heaven Realm, Mortal Realm, and Netherworld. Among them, the divine nation forces were divided into Heaven Realm and Netherworld. However, it was really difficult to define which side was good or bad, because there were very few people who knew about the situation. At least Ming Chen was from the Netherworld. This gave Yi Tianyan a very bad impression of the Netherworld. Logically speaking, the phoenix nest should be in the Heaven Realm. However, the soul guidance led him to the Netherworld. This was a little strange. In any case, Yi Tianyan had already continued forward. He followed the traction and walked forward. As he went deeper, the surrounding black gas became more and more intense. More and more of it surged towards him. If he was completely invaded by this black gas, he would die. This was a corrosive black gas. Once completely invaded, he could only become the fertilizer here. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, there was a sound of something piercing through the air. Several sharp thorns stabbed towards him. Yi Tianyan had already sensed it. He quickly moved to the side and easily dodged the attack. When he looked up, he realized that it was not a cultivator who attacked him. It was the giant tree beside him. Several sharp branches were like sharp swords stabbing towards him. If his cultivation was low, he would have already been pierced. Xiong! Yi Tianyan didn't hesitate to throw out a mortal fire and instantly ignited the demon tree. As if it met its nemesis, the demon tree was quickly ignited. The dense branches twisted crazily and issued a strange squeak sound. In less than a moment, it completely turned into a pile of ashes. Ding! Successfully killed the demon tree. Reward: 36,000 EXP, 3,600 crazy point, 100 SPs. Obtained demon tree sap and demon tree leaves. Chapter 460. As soon as he came in, he was attacked by the demon tree. From the appearance, there was no difference, but when the demon tree suddenly attacked, those with low cultivation will die without a doubt. Not to say low cultivation, but at least Spirit Core Realm was easily killed. This is the situation when he just came in. He doesn't know what will happen in front of him. This place is really strange. There are demon trees here. Yi Tianyan ignored these demon trees and continued to walk inside. Not long after he walked, several sharp branches attacked him. And then he threw a flame at them, easily killing the demon trees. They are all Spirit Core Realm. The experience gained is not high, not low, for the past is very good. But for now, this experience is too little. He is too lazy to use crazy mode. Because it is not a big waste of crazy point. If it was before, it would be okay. But now, his crazy point is going to explode. Along the way, occasionally there are demon trees attacking him. The number is not many, but it is a sudden attack. This is really meaningless for him. His cultivation is still too low. He can easily kill them. This is the first danger point. It is marked on the map. As he continued to go deeper, he began to see some bones lying on the ground. Most of them were decayed. Even the bones were gradually swallowed by the soil here, a little bit corroded, and then completely turned into fertilizer. After passing through this gloomy forest, a wide, long river came into view. It looks very dark, like a river of ink. There are towering cliffs around, on top of which grow spirit grass and spirit flowers. Yi Tianyan glanced at it. The grade is not low. This is not the point. The point is that he can finally see people here. He saw a group of cultivators building their own boats, cutting down giant trees from the side, and then put together a boat. It seems that they are ready to cross the river. After building the boat, some began to climb up to the shore. They want to pick the spirit grass and spirit grass. 4th or 5th grade spirit grass and spirit flowers are still very attractive to them. Overall, most of the cultivators are core transformation realm. There are also some spirit core cultivators, but no void spirit cultivators. Core transformation Realm cultivators can fly, but they can't fly here. Tianyan can feel that this place is like Coiling Dragon Cave. Even if he wants to fly, he will be suppressed by a force. If they can fly, why would they build a boat? They would have already flown over. This place is really lively. Tianyan glanced at them. They are divided into several teams. There are men and women. They are all cooperating with each other to build a boat. His appearance suddenly attracted a lot of attention. They are looking at him up and down. Some merely glanced at him and ignored him, while others looked at him a few more times, sizing him up from head to toe. No one knew what they were thinking. My name is Ren Liangchen. Brother, are you heading to the netherworld, or are you here to pick some spiritual herbs? While some of them were sizing him up, some of them came up to him without hesitation. It was one of the few cultivators in the group who spoke. The other teams have 4 or 5 people, but they only have 3 people. It is a bit embarrassing. Go to the ghost world. Tianyan looked at the middle-aged man, who is at 3rd level core transformation realm. He doesn't know which sect he belongs to. Go to the ghost world. It just so happens that all of us are heading to the netherworld together. If I may be so bold as to ask, how high is your cultivation base? Ren Liangchen asked. They can't see through Tianyan's cultivation. They just think that he is very young. Core transformation realm. Tianyan answered. Brother Ren, do you think he is reliable? At this time, a sharp voice came from the side. A man in his 30s walked over and looked at Tianyan coldly. Tianyan looks too young. He gives people a very unreliable feeling. Although it was impossible to determine their appearance, there were some people with high cultivation who looked like youths. This was not unheard of. There were some people who looked like they were in their 20s, but in fact, they were already in their 30s or 40s. Not everyone could reach the core transformation stage in their 20s. It is the same for female cultivators. Even if they are in their 60s or 70s, they still look like they are in their 20s. However, looking young doesn't mean that you can live a long life. Once you reach the end of your life, no matter what you do, you will not be able to stop aging. You will become old quickly. It was one thing for women to deliberately make themselves young, but if men were to make themselves very young, it would make other cultivators feel disgusted. They would look like gigolos. This is why people think that he is not reliable. They don't know that this is his real age. However, since Tianyan told him about his cultivation, Ren Liangchen nodded and felt satisfied. If you don't want it, we want it. Another middle-aged man smiled and walked over to Tianyan. Brother, do you want to come with us? We are also going to the ghost world. Do you want to go together? Lu Long, what do you mean? Did I say I don't want it? Ren Liangchen frowned. He didn't even answer, but the other side came to take him away. Of course, he will not be happy. The netherworld passageway was extremely dangerous, and every extra person counted. Unless they were very close to each other, they would choose to form a team with a few more people. That way, it would be safer. You didn't say it, but the people in your team did. Lu Long smiled and said, Come with me. We welcome you very much. Tianyan looked at Lu Long's team. There are a few spirit core stage cultivators here. Overall, their strength is not bad. However, there are too many people, so he prefers to act with fewer people. I don't mean to exclude this friend. I just want to know what Brother Rin thinks. Is there a problem? The cold-faced man was expressionless. It seems that he always has this kind of expression when he talks. Lung, you're really cold. I advise you to change your temper a little. Otherwise, you won't even know what happened when you get killed outside. Lu Long glanced at him coldly, and then looked at Tianyan. He wanted to see what Tianyan thought. Tianyan looked at Lung, and said, Thank you for your invitation, but I choose to join you. Is that so? Then I wish you all the best. After seeing Yi Tianyun refuse him, Lu Long snorted coldly, no longer give him a good face, turned around, and walked away. Welcome, how should I address you? Run Liangchen asked with a smile. I am Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun removed the word Tian. Although his name was not very famous, it was better to keep it a secret. Oh, it's Brother Yi. This way, please. We are still building the boat, so please wait for a while. Once it is done, we can set off. Run Liangchen explained with a smile. Lung, who has always been like this. Don't be fooled by his attitude. He is still very caring. It's just that his tone is used to it. Yi Tianyun nodded and did not mind. He could obviously tell. He could tell how good their impression of him was at a glance. Among them, Lang Hu and Ren Liangchen's team had the least hostility towards him. The rest did not have any good impression of him, so he naturally would not choose to join them, especially Lu Long. He did not have a good impression of him. It seemed that he had found so many people and did not reject anyone. Even so, he did not have a good impression of him. He felt that his smile was especially fake. Especially after the rejection, he caught the killing intent that flashed in his eyes. Chapter 461. Yi Tianyun's appearance didn't attract much attention. Only 2 teams invited him, and the rest ignored him. The other team's cultivation wasn't bad, and they seemed to be on the same side, so it was normal that they didn't invite him. Rin Liangchen's team was on the same side, but they didn't have enough people, so they wanted to invite someone. As for Lu Long's side, he didn't reject anyone. There were too many crooks mixed in with the honest folks. Is there anything I can help you with? Yi Tianyun was embarrassed to just stand there, so he wanted to see if there was anything he could help with. Just stay there. Leave this to us. You only need to conserve your energy and be ready for battle when you head out. We don't need cowards here. If you're afraid of death, I advise you to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, this river Styx will become your grave. Lung Hu's voice was still as cold as ever, without any emotion. This was advice, but more of it was the truth. It was just that the truth sounded a little harsh. No wonder people said that Lung, who didn't know how to talk. His tone was harsh, as if he didn't like Ren Liangchen. Lung, who, don't be so blunt. Who doesn't know how dangerous this place is? Those with weak cultivation can't even enter the river, let alone come here. I think Brother Yi must have some ability. Rin Liangchen glared at him, signaling him to be more alert. It was easy to arouse disgust if Lang, who kept being blunt. Big Brother Run, I'm just telling the truth. It's not like this hasn't happened before. They're all arrogant, but they don't even have the ability, and they only know how to harm others. Lung, who didn't even buy his boss's words, he immediately turned his head to look at Yi Tianyun and said, I hope you can be smart later. My words are just like that. I don't want you to be strong, but at least don't stab us in the back, and don't drag us down. This way, we can trust you with our backs. We've never been to this river Styx before, so we don't know how dangerous it is along the way. At least we know that we need to trust each other. I don't know which faction you're from, but if you join us, you'll have to put down your pride and listen to our instructions. Lung, who continued to exhort Yi Tianyun. After he finished speaking, he threw a bottle of medicine to Yi Tianyun and said, This is an antidote. It's specially made to counter the poison of the Styx River. As long as you come into contact with the water of the Styx River, you must immediately take this antidote. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Yi Tianyun took the detoxification pill and narrowed his eyes at Lang, who, he didn't expect Lang, who to have a sharp mouth but a soft heart. He had just joined the group, and he was already giving him all sorts of instructions. Yet, he was even giving him pills now. Clearly, he thought that he was a teammate now that he had joined the group, so he had to take good care of him. Lung, who is just like that, Brother E, don't mind him. The man who was building the boat smiled and said, I am Yang Jiwen, their brother. We are going to explore the netherworld together. Staying here is too restrictive. He continued building the boat as he spoke. The boat they built was very simple. It was just a boat made of a few pieces of wood. Tianyan smiled and said, Of course I know this. It's Brother Lung's kindness. I'm already very happy that you accepted me. Tianyan wasn't the kind of person who didn't like to listen to harsh advice. Besides, what Lung Hu said was basically right. If he didn't listen to his orders, then the plan would be messed up. Brother E, it's good that you can accept it. Ren Liangchen smiled and immediately said in a low voice, Brother E, it's good that you didn't join Lu Long's side. Lu Long's reputation is very bad. He is sinister and often betrays his friends. The people over there didn't listen to us. It seems that they were bewitched by Lu Long. I guess Lu Long has too many enemies, so he had no choice but to go to the netherworld. Ren Liangchen shrugged, helplessly. They had already tried to persuade them. If they didn't listen, then there was nothing they could do. Tianyan nodded. It seemed that Lu Long gave him the same feeling. He felt that Lu Long was very hypocritical. Fortunately, he didn't join that side. Brother Run, I have a question that I don't know if it's appropriate to ask, said Tianyan after thinking for a while. It's fine. Ask away, said Ren Liangchen. Are you planning to go to the netherworld to develop? Is the restriction here so strict? Have you ever considered joining a major force or an empire? Asked Tianyan. Oh, I see. We have all thought about it. There are indeed several imperial forces so far. For example, the newly emerged Heavenly Clouds Mansion. I heard that they are preparing to establish an empire. There are also other imperial forces. They are actually not bad, but we are all rogue cultivators. We don't like to join these forces because it's too restrictive. Otherwise, we wouldn't go to the netherworld at will. It's a dangerous place. We don't know where to go, so we just want to explore it. There are stronger forces and more resources in the netherworld. Big Brother Run is right. The three of us are used to wandering outside, so we don't need to join any forces. If we join a force, will we go to the netherworld? Most of the people here are rogue cultivators who don't belong to any force, so they choose to go to the netherworld. Either that, or they're here to pick spiritual herbs, or they've provoked some sort of force, so they've fled to the netherworld to hide. Yang Jiwen interjected. Tianyan nodded. What Ren Liangchen said was true. They either don't want to develop here, or they are hiding from their enemies. No wonder those people around him were so fierce. They didn't care about him at all. As long as it wasn't their enemy, they would be too lazy to do anything. Brother E, are you not a rogue cultivator? Asked Yang Jiwen. The other two looked at Tianyan and asked for his opinion. I'm not a rogue cultivator, but I'm almost there. I plan to go to the netherworld to see the situation. Tianyan smiled. It wasn't a lie. He was no different from a rogue cultivator now. They were all prefecture lords who didn't have to do anything. They looked at each other, but didn't continue to ask questions. It was a private matter. Whether he was a rogue cultivator or not, it had nothing to do with them. They were just passing by and forming a team. Once they entered the netherworld, they would go their separate ways and would not have too many interactions. Soon, the boats were almost built. The others had also built their boats. They put them on the water and swam inside. Tianyan also built a few boats at once. Everyone prepared a few boats and put them in their storage rings. Because they didn't know how dangerous the journey would be, they had to prepare a few more boats. Otherwise, if the boats broke down, they wouldn't be able to swim. The poison of the Netherworld River was too strong. People would die if they stayed in the water. Brother E, we are going in. Are you ready? Ren Liangchen looked serious. I'm ready. We can go at any time. Yi Tianyan nodded. Chapter 462. Soon, the four of them got on the raft and started rowing with a wooden plank. They moved forward at a moderate speed. At this moment, they seemed to have become ordinary people again. They had to row slowly. They didn't dare to row with their hands at all. Otherwise, they would be poisoned to death by the dark water before they reached the ghost world. Even in the process of rowing, there was black gas constantly released from the dark river, wrapping around them. Because of the effect of the tidal, Yi Tianyan could repel the black gas. The others just had to operate the spiritual power in their bodies to repel the black gas. Otherwise, if the black gas invaded their bodies, they would really die on the way to the ghost world. Yi Tianyan also got a wooden plank and rowed with them. When he moved the dark water, he felt like he was moving a thick liquid. It was quite difficult to move. With his strength, it was still very easy. It was just that the others were rowing slowly. So he also slowed down. Otherwise, with his strength, he would definitely be much faster than now. As they rowed the boat, all of them wore solemn expressions as they looked around vigilantly, worried that some kind of attack would come. The outermost demon tree was quite dangerous, let alone the inside. Yi Tianyan looked at them. He originally wanted to ask why they didn't go to the heaven realm, but in the end, he didn't ask. Although this place was divided into 3 realms, among which the heaven realm didn't know how to go up, only the ghost world knew how to go down from here. So they all came here. We have to row vigorously to get out of here and reach the destination. The longer we stay here, the more danger we will be in. As long as we reach the ghost world and take root there, we can create a future. Rumor has it that there are a lot of spiritual medicines in the ghost world, and there are inheritances everywhere. When the time comes, I can take you to find them. Lu Long's voice came from the side. His words made the cultivators who followed him excited, and they all rowed harder. Brother Lu, we all listen to you. Each of their eyes showed a fanatical look, and they were all full of expectations for the future. Their cultivation is not low. They all believe this kind of empty promise. Yi Tianyan frowned. This was like brainwashing. How could there be so many fools who believed it? If it was the body refinement stage, it would be fine. But those who followed him were all spirit core stage or core transformation stage. Brother E, the reason why so many people believe in him is because he has the map of the netherworld. There were also some other miscellaneous treasures that weren't a problem for them to pass through the netherworld passageway. He had shown them a little, so they were dead set on following him. Yang Jiwen said disdainfully, I don't believe him. Lu Long's reputation is too bad, but there are still many people who believe in him. Yes, I don't know where he got the map from. Only God knows if it's real or not. Anyway, we just have to act on our own. Ren Liangchen said. Yi Tianyan didn't know who Lu Long was. He usually didn't care about these things. Hearing what they said, it turned out that Lu Long had something good on him. Otherwise, no one would believe it. Some people believed in him, and some people didn't. To him, it was better to trust himself. Immediately after, he glanced to the side and saw that there were 2 boats that were docked at the shore. Then, they started to climb up the stone walls. Obviously, they wanted to pick the spiritual herbs and flowers here. Not everyone wanted to go to the netherworld. If there was no absolutely safe route, not many people would go to the netherworld. Unless there was no other way, no one would go to the netherworld. It was too risky. Not long after climbing up the stone wall to pluck the spirit herbs, the stone wall suddenly trembled, opened its bloody mouth, and bit down on them. The core transformation stage, cultivator reacted quickly and jumped to the side. Just as he was about to grab the stone wall moved again and opened its huge mouth to bite him again. This time, the core transformation stage, Cultivator couldn't avoid it. He was swallowed by the stone wall and disappeared into it. This scene left everyone dumbfounded, especially those who hadn't seen it before. They were all shocked by this scene. Outside, the trees would attack them, but here, the stone wall would attack them. Sure enough, no place was safe. If they were not careful, they would be attacked. Boom. At this time, a burst of explosion came from the stone wall. The core transformation stage Cultivator was bounced out of the stone wall. He was in a mess. Because he couldn't fly, he quickly fell from the sky. Boom. This core transformation stage, Cultivator, sank into the water and quickly rushed out of the water. He kept waving his hands and swam towards the ship, but his speed was quite slow. He used all his strength to swim forward, but as he swam, his face became darker and darker. It was obvious that the poison in the river Styx had invaded his body. Quickly, pull me up. The core transformation stage, Cultivator, roared. His voice was a little hoarse. He couldn't even shout. Soon, his companion quickly rowed the boat to his side. When he came to his side, he didn't dare to use his hands. Instead, he stretched out a wooden plank and let his companion drag him up. After being dragged up, his whole body was black. It was no different from being poisoned, especially the place where he was injured. It looked like it was rotten. It was really a horrible sight. Huff, 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 huff. Antidote, antidote. The core transformation stage, Cultivator lay on the wooden raft and gasped for breath. His companion immediately gave the antidote to his companion. The core transformation stage, Cultivator felt a little better, but it seemed that he couldn't move for the time being. A core transformation stage, Cultivator became seriously injured in the blink of an eye and lost his ability to move. This river Styx was really scary. However, his companion's treatment was not slow either. At least his injuries were stabilized. They seemed to be from a third-rank force. They seemed to be very skilled. It's just that they were unlucky and fell into the trap, Ren Liangchen said. Tianyan nodded. He knew a little bit about this place. The river Styx was the most poisonous place in this place. If they fell into the river Styx and there was no one to treat them, they would be waiting for death. It's so scary. Will we fall into the river Styx? Is the passage to the netherworld so dangerous? Can I go back now? At this time, someone on Lu Long's side showed fear and wanted to leave. You are already here, and you still dare to say such things? Lu Long glared at him and said angrily, if you don't have the courage, how can you become someone powerful in the future? Trust me, I will bring you to the netherworld successfully. After being comforted by him, they calmed down a little. However, they were still very worried about the situation inside. They are all a bunch of disorderly people. They want to go to the netherworld just because they are hot-blooded. They are simply courting death. Lung Hu snorted and felt very disdainful. At the same time, he looked at Tianyan and said, don't tell me you also have the same idea? If you are afraid, it is not too late to go back now. It is not shameful to retreat. Life is the most important thing. If you die, there is no medicine for regret. Lung Hu's words were cold, but his last words warmed people's hearts. His expression was cold, but there was warmth in his heart. Tianyan smiled and said, Brother Lung, this is not enough to scare me. Chapter 463. Lung Hu's words were full of sarcasm, but there was a hint of advice in his words. Tianyan understood what Lung Hu was trying to say, so he didn't think that Lung Hu was wrong. In the outside world, the hearts of people were sinister, so it was normal to be somewhat vigilant. Those who were enthusiastic at the beginning were more likely to cause problems. Lung Hu and the others were very normal. They were all extremely experienced cultivators. Only by obtaining their recognition would they truly help you. Do you know how to get there? Yi Tianyun's eyes lit up. He didn't think of this. He thought that they came here at the same time. We know a little, but we don't know the details. It should be the information spread by the people who came back from the ghost world, and we happen to collect some of it. Otherwise, we wouldn't dare to come here. Ren Liangchen said with a smile. Yi Tianyun didn't care about this. At least, he didn't think that they would be so reckless. As they moved forward, they got deeper and deeper into the ghost world. Soon, they lost the ships behind them. Now, only 3 teams were left. These were the teams that were going to the ghost world. The rest of the teams were here to collect spiritual herbs. It's harder to move here. It takes a little more effort. Lung, who looked at Yi Tianyun and said in a deep voice, "Can you still move? If you can't, we'll slow down." Lung, who was the first one to ask Yi Tianyun if he could move. It seemed that he thought that Yi Tianyun's cultivation was the lowest, so he wanted to take care of Yi Tianyun. After all, Yi Tianyun's qi was too weak. It was the effect of Yi Tianyun's qi, so it felt weak. The 3 of them were at the 5th or 6th level of the core transformation stage. Even if they were independent cultivators, it was already very good for them to reach this level. This kind of cultivator was not rare. Relatively speaking, there were quite a lot of them. Not every cultivator liked to join a sect. Yes, we can slow down here. It doesn't matter if we slow down. Yang Jiwen nodded in agreement. In fact, they all felt quite tired. They had consumed too much spiritual power. Every time they rode, it was like pushing a mountain. I'm fine. This is not a problem for me. I just need to continue moving forward at the same speed. I don't want to stay here any longer. Yi Tianyun smiled. He did not feel any pressure at all. Sure, just tell me if you have any questions. We're on the same boat. We have to help each other, Ren Liangchen said. They thought that Yi Tianyun was trying to show off, so he slowed down a little. Overall, his speed was still impressive. Compared to Lu Long's team, their speed was slightly slower. Lu Long threw a sarcastic look at them and said, "Ren Liangchen, why did you slow down? Are you out of energy? If you don't have the strength, go home and drink milk." He was very unhappy that Ren Liangchen had snatched him away. In addition, he already had some friction with Ren Liangchen, so he couldn't help but scold him. This bastard! Yang Jiwen wanted to say something, but Ren Liangchen shook his head and gestured for him to ignore Lu Long. Ignore him. Let's just move forward. It's good for everyone if we don't cause trouble here. A cold light flashed past Ren Liangchen's eyes. He was definitely unhappy, but it was better not to cause trouble for the big picture. Yi Tianyun looked over. Lu Long was happy. The people rowing the boat were all cultivators that he had tricked into coming. They were all willing to row for him. The more people there were, the faster the rowing speed would be. As they continued moving forward, Yi Tianyun's eyes flickered. He immediately said, "Big brother Run, I feel that something is wrong in front. Pay more attention to the surroundings." Something is wrong. I don't feel anything. Ren Liangchen looked into the distance. There was no difference from before. Other than the difficulty of rowing, there was no problem. However, they still listened to Yi Tianyun's words and slowed down a little. Obviously, the effect of Yi Tianyun's commander points had appeared. It was somewhat credible. As for Lu Long, he didn't slow down and continued to move forward. Sure enough, a moment later, a white shadow suddenly rushed out of the water and pounced on Lu Long. Before they could react, someone was thrown into the water. He didn't even have time to scream before he disappeared under the water and never got up again. "It's a dark water shark." Ren Liangchen's face darkened. They all saw what it was. It was a dark water shark that lived here. It was a very powerful monster. Dark water shark. Monster at level 1 of the core transformation stage. It can resist the poison of dark water. Its body is highly toxic. If you are bitten, the poison will enter your body. If you don't find the antidote within 15 minutes, you will definitely die. The pet's potential is level 3. Its weakness is extreme fire. Killing it will give you the antidote. Dark water shark skin. Dark water poison. The detailed information of the dark water shark was exposed under Yi Tianyun's investigation. This thing was really fierce. Its cultivation was at least at level 1 of the core transformation stage, and it would get higher and higher. The most important thing was that it could move in the dark water, which was the biggest difficulty. Dark water sharks could move in the water, but they couldn't. It was that simple. Splash. At this time, another dark water shark rushed out of the water, but this time it didn't rush to Lu Long, but to Yi Tianyun. It just happened to bite Yi Tianyun. It probably judged that Yi Tianyun's cultivation was the lowest, so its target was him. The person who attacked Lu Long before was also at the spirit core stage, so he prioritized killing the weaker ones. Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed. Just when he was about to kill the dark water shark, a cold light flashed and hit the dark water shark fiercely. It was instantly hit and sent flying, leaving a deep mark on its hard shark skin. It was Lung Hu was relatively close to Yi Tianyun. He was holding a high-grade soul tool giant axe in his hand, and he helped him kill the dark water shark. "Keep rowing. Let's get out of here quickly." Ren Liangchen said sternly, "Only by leaving the area of the dark water sharks will we be safe." Yi Tianyun checked the map of the Netherworld Passage. This area was divided into an area, and they would be safe after leaving. But along the way, they would be attacked by the dark water sharks, which was a headache. Lu Long sped up the boat crazily and drove forward at a faster speed. Lu Long shouted angrily, "Hurry up! Hurry up! Why do you save so much energy? Hurry up and row!" At the same time, the core transformation stage powerhouses helped to resist the attacks of the dark water sharks. It was a little difficult, but it was still bearable. Every one of them used all their strength to row forward, and their speed became faster and faster. They were much faster than before, and they had completely forced out their potential. Only Yi Tianyun's speed was much slower, and Yi Tianyun couldn't row the boat. This made them dumbfounded. Why did Yi Tianyun not row the boat at this time? Chapter 464. Yi Tianyun had the same idea, but it didn't mean that the others had the same idea. They had never thought of taming netherwater sharks as pets. They weren't animal tamers, so they didn't think about it. However, when they saw that Yi Tianyun didn't even help to row the boat, they were all stunned. Lung, who couldn't help but scold him, "Kid, what are you doing? Row the boat. There's no way to kill all the netherwater sharks here. There will only be more and more of them." Lung, who wasn't joking. There were more and more netherwater sharks around them, and their black bodies emerged from the water. They were ready to attack, ready to pounce on them. Once they smelled the smell of blood, they all showed their heads. They all stared at them as if they were looking for prey, and they were ready to pounce on them. However, Yi Tianyun still didn't row the boat. The other two teams were rowing crazily, one faster than the other, and they couldn't wait to escape from here. "Yeah, row the boat quickly." Yang Jiwen couldn't help but say. He was very anxious now. Yi Tianyun seemed to be scared out of his wits. He stood motionless on the spot. Lung Hu and Rin Liangchen were responsible for dealing with the netherwater sharks, so only Yi Tianyun and Yang Jiwen were rowing the boat, so it wasn't very fast. Now that only Yang Jiwen was rowing the boat, the speed was even slower, and it was basically moving forward bit by bit. "Ha ha, luckily I didn't accept that silly kid. He's scared out of his wits." Lu Long couldn't help but laugh when he noticed the situation. He was very glad that Onion didn't choose to join them, or he would be a burden. When the other team saw the situation, they couldn't help but sneer. They felt that it was really sad that they had encountered a silly kid who was scared out of his wits after seeing so many netherwater sharks. "Kid, what's on your mind?" Lung Hu shouted, signaling him to wake up. "Row the boat quickly. Don't be afraid. We'll block them." Lung Hu didn't fly into a rage or kick him into the water. Instead, he comforted Onion, telling him not to panic. "Big brother Lung, don't worry. I'm not afraid of anything." Onion smiled faintly and said, "I've been waiting for this opportunity, waiting for these netherwater sharks to approach. Otherwise, I really won't have a chance." What? They were confused. They had no idea what Onion was talking about. "You guys stay here and watch me, that's all." After saying that, Onion threw out a wooden raft. Then he jumped onto the raft and stood alone in the area. This caused Lu Long to laugh so hard that tears were coming out of his eyes. "That foolish brat, charging forward alone. Isn't he courting death? That's good. Let's attract all the netherwater sharks here. What a bunch of fools." After he said that, he killed the deep water shark with his sword and threw the shark's body to Etienne's side. The thick smell of blood spread in all directions, attracting more netherwater sharks. This scene enraged Ren Liangchen and the others. Were they trying to kill them? "Lu Long, what are you doing?" Ren Liangchen shouted. "Nothing much. Enjoy yourselves. We'll be leaving first." Lu Long laughed and swaggered off. "Lu Long, if I catch up with you, I'll make you die a horrible death." Ren Liangchen was furious. He did not expect that he would be tricked at this critical moment. However, their attention was not on Lu Long, but on Etienne. Etienne jumped over alone. Lung, Hu, and the others were also dumbfounded. Not only did he not want to row the raft, but he also wanted to act like a hero. "You brat, why are you acting like a hero? Hurry up and come back. We can deal with them." When Lung Hu lifted his giant axe and was about to go over to help, a netherwater shark had already pounced on Etienne. "Big brother Lung, you guys stay there. Trust me." Etienne's eyes flashed, and a giant sword, a soul instrument, appeared in his hand. He did not take out a holy instrument to avoid scaring them. Moreover, it was more powerful, and it would not be easy to catch the netherwater shark. Then he swung the giant sword and slapped the netherwater shark down. The shark landed on the raft, and its huge body shook the raft violently. Fortunately, there were fewer people on the raft. Otherwise, they would not be able to withstand such a heavy netherwater shark. Roar! Roar! The netherwater shark roared. The attack did not hurt it at all. It was just a simple slap, and it did not hurt it at all. What kind of attack is that? Didn't you eat? It can't hurt the netherwater shark at all. Ren Liangchen, you have really found yourself a good teammate. Lu Long saw that so many netherwater sharks were attracted to the netherwater shark, and they did not feel too much pressure. All of them laughed, thinking that it was good to have an idiot. How could they not be happy that such a selfless idea had allowed them to leave this place smoothly? "Big brother Lu, it's lucky that you did not ask him to come. Otherwise, we would be in big trouble. Yes, it's better not to accept some idiots. Otherwise, they will drag us down. Hee, with them as bait, we can successfully reach the netherworld this time." They were all excited, thinking that Etienne was really their lucky star. When everyone thought that Etienne was a fool, he had already stretched out his hand, and his eyes flashed. Catch! Then a light enveloped the netherwater shark, and less than a moment later, a pleasant voice was heard. "Ding! Successfully caught the netherwater shark. Obtained 300,000 experience points and 300 pet catching proficiency points. Without any difficulty, he successfully caught the netherwater shark. Not only was his level not low, but the most important thing was that his cultivation was higher, which greatly increased the success rate. "Go down," Tianyun said to the netherwater shark. The netherwater shark jumped into the water and sank to the bottom of the river. Seeing this situation, everyone felt that something was wrong. The netherwater shark should have counterattacked. Why did it jump into the water so obediently? Then another netherwater shark rushed up, but it was slapped down by Tianyun and fell on the raft. He subdued the netherwater shark in the same way and let it fall into the water again. Lang Hu and the others looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. However, they could all see that Tianyun dealt with the netherwater sharks easily, but he did not hurt them. They did not know why. Hiss! This time, 2 netherwater sharks rushed over. Tianyun's eyes were cold, and he suddenly waved the giant sword in his hand. One of them was cut in half and fell into the water, and the other was slapped down and fell on the raft. This move was as fast as lightning. Many people could only see the afterimage, and they could not see what was going on at all. For a moment, everyone was stunned, wondering if they were seeing things. Catch! Tianyun used the catching skill again and successfully caught the 3rd netherwater shark. Then he jumped from the raft and returned to the original raft. "Sorry to make you worry. Now we can leave." Tianyun smiled slightly, extremely relaxed. "Good boy, your strength is not bad. Let's row the boat now." Lang Hu immediately handed a wooden board to Tianyun so that he could row the boat. "No, we don't need to row the boat." Tianyun pointed forward, and then 3 netherwater sharks appeared in front of the raft. They were very obedient. "Let them pull our raft. Why do we have to row the boat ourselves?"